Hello everyone. What is up? What is up? Let's see, we got Dusty and Postnut here in the chat. How are you guys? I'm going to post the link now because I want people to be here for I actually want people to be here for the little challenge I'm gonna be announcing for myself. I think it's gonna be pretty interesting. I think it's gonna surprise you guys too. In regards to a few things, but I want to wait just a little bit. I posted the links now, and yes, I do have the videos up. Dusty is playing Vigor and seething at Bushwookies. Okay. I see, Dusty. I see. Just gonna wait for a little bit longer. But yeah. Oh, what the hell is going on? Okay, I don't know what the hell just happened with my model right there. I was just like, must be okay. I might have to move my camera just a touch. Okay, that should do it. That should do it. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Fuck, man, I don't know what's going on with my computer. But we should be good now. I don't know how the fuck that happened. But anyways, so I am going to institute a little bit of a challenge for myself. From this moment to the end of the stream, I am going to challenge myself by not swearing at all. I know, big shocker. I mean, I'm somebody who curses a lot. It's not out of like anything religious, so to speak. I just like I felt like, maybe we're talking about something that isn't gonna make me angry. So you know what? I think I'm gonna give it a shot. I think it's gonna be pretty interesting. This is a topic that I'm actually very enthusiastic about. And we don't really get to cover stuff like this very often on the show. Just stuff that's there like for fun and better yet, at no one else's expense too. I like covering lolcows. I do. That's kind of my go-to when it comes to covering non-spicy political topics. But I feel like with Lost Media, I don't have any sort of need to, there's no one else is gonna be like, mauling by me covering this stuff. So yeah, I think it's gonna be fun. I think it's gonna be interesting. I think it's gonna be fun. And for some of you guys who are a bit more familiar with me, you're gonna learn a new side of me, actually. So anyways, I am going to move myself over here. I might as well give you guys a bit of a primer as to what Lost Media is in the first place. Let's see. Gift gas poison. Thoughts on the Shie Gifgus illegal freedom train surfing videos and how they anger me. Okay. I don't know where that came from. I don't know what that is, so I have no thoughts on it. But anyways, I think aside from the Squarespace sponsorship, almost let one out. Aside from the Squarespace sponsorship, let's take a gander at what Lost Media is, because not everybody is familiar with this as like someone like me or another Spurg.
This video is brought to you by Squarespace. Oh, hi there.
And we're gonna have to deal with copyright. That's the one thing that will anger me, is copyright. Look it up. They're daredevils that ride on freights. Oh my goodness. I'll look at that after the stream. All right. Let's see. Are you commenting on YouTube or X? I don't see you. Maybe it's because your messages are being censored on YouTube, but I could see them on OBS.
Is Lost Media. There really isn't an agreed upon definition. The Lost Media Wiki has their own way of thinking about it. The Lost Media
Wait a second, Dusty. I know this beat. I know this beat.
subreddit has another. YouTuber Zolden made an hour-and-a-half long video on the topic, and there are constant debates in my comment sections. It seems like everyone can vaguely gesture in the right direction, but Lost Media...
It's Chronic's Monk Mode song. Quite literally, I recognize the beat. So I see you, Chronic. You're rapping on royalty-free beats. I see. I mean, Monk Mode is a good single, nonetheless.
It encompasses so many different things that it's difficult to nail down what exactly it is. Does unreleased media count? What's the difference between partially lost and partially found? Can physical objects be lost media? What about canceled projects? There is a need to clarify. In the first part of this video, I'll focus on building a working definition by examining how the community uses it and analyzing each word individually. I'll finish things up in the second half.
Yeah, we're gonna speed this up just a little.
By covering what constitutes lost media, what doesn't, and its different categories. Because I'm not the authority on the subject, I've asked a few other lost media YouTubers to help me out. L Supersonic Q, Sakura Stardust, and Blame It on Jorge.
Yeah, I love these three. Some of the best lost media channels on YouTube. I was gonna have a video from Sakura Stardust, but I want things to be more intriguing, less disturbing, so to speak. But still, if you like disturbing, if you like horror content, disturbing stuff, Sakura Stardust, great channel, check her out.
See if we can piece things together. So let's start by looking at how the two largest lost media communities define the term. The Lost Media subreddit says, lost media is media which is lost.
Actually, let's read the full blurb of text here. Lost media has, in recent years, become an umbrella term. Many people have varying ideas of what is and is not lost media, with a large amount of debate on the topic within the community. However, it is typically agreed that lost media is media which is lost to the general public. That this media was intended to be viewable at some point was viewable to the public, but no longer is.
To the general public. That this media was intended to be viewable, or at some point was viewable to the public, but no longer is. The Lost Media Wiki echoes these sentiments, but adds, if it's completely lost or simply inaccessible to the general public, it belongs here. So the Lost Media subreddit uses the words it's trying to define in its definition. The Lost Media Wiki is a little better, but only really describes what kind of media belongs on its site. We're still left with some ambiguity, so let's see what the squad has to say about the question, what is lost media?
Lost media is an umbrella term for pieces of media, whether that be film, TV, music, even photographs, that were once available, but are no longer available. And I think the thing that makes lost media is the mystery of, where is it? Does anyone have a recording? Is it out there somewhere?
I know there are a lot of gray areas when it comes to this question.
Yo, Jojo!
But as far as my own opinion is concerned, I feel that—
Wait a second, has Phantom Blood been found? Like the Phantom Blood movie? Has that actually been found? Hold on. Let me see. I am gonna go on the Lost Media Wiki. I'm actually gonna have that as a separate tab. Why not? Lost Media Media Wiki. Yeah, we'll have that as a separate tab. So let me just load this in first. Okay. We're just waiting for it to respond. Now, let's see. Okay, so this is happening by Chernobyl. What you're talking about, gift gas poison? I still don't see you in either chat. So I don't know how you're popping up on OBS here. Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay, sorry, let me just get this here. Alrighty, so let's see. Jojo. Okay, so it's partially found. Okay. It was a 91-minute. Okay. Obviously. I see. Okay, so let's see. I mean, I've seen JoJo Part 1 quite a few times. And we just got some screenshots. Columbiana! It's that moment. Okay. Okay, yeah. So it looks like it is the partial reconstruction of it all. Let's see. Okay, let's get back to the video. If there's anything, if there's anything that is like, okay, I remember this, I am gonna look at the Lost Media wiki, and you guys can look at it with me.
That lost media is some kind of consumable, completed medium that was either intended for the public and was just unreleased. Maybe it was with a test audience and the only people who saw it were just staff and very select people who worked on it. Or it could be something that was completed and brought forth into the world that just became unavailable for whatever reason. Maybe it was removed by the people who own it, or it just became lost to time.
Yeah, Metropolis,
to me,
right?
lost media refers to a piece of content that is not available to the general public. This can mean someone who created the piece is the only one who
Oh man, Earthbound 64. I know we're already getting back in here. There's gonna be a quick search. I don't think, Earthbound lost build of unfinished 64 disk drive game. Yep. Obviously, yeah. It was, oh, I've never, wowza canowza. Yeah, if you don't know, Earthbound 64 was gonna be Mother 3.
has it, or the piece is only viewable by going to a certain location, like a museum.
So let's get into the weeds of this and break down both words, starting with lost. In this context, lost means something that's been taken away or cannot be recovered. Pretty straightforward, but I'm going to make one change to better reflect the community by adding or unavailable to the general public to account for the way the larger community thinks of lost media. And now pinning down a definition for media proves much more difficult. It's a word with many different meanings depending on context, and in the last 100 years has changed dramatically. Media is the plural form of medium, and for our purposes it's defined as the means or channels of general communication, information, or entertainment in society, as newspaper, radio, or television.
I think that is, and then you could add like video games, internet posts, like all the other stuff that is considered media onto this, and you'd have a pretty accurate definition of how we in the modern day view media, or that term media. Let's see. Actually, one more thing. I actually decided to do this stream for a fan of mine. I'm hoping he's here.
You can kind of think of media as the middleman for communication. This definition is too broad for our needs,
basically
making everything from folk songs, festivals, plays, cave paintings, and even smoke signals forms of media. And at one point this was true, but the definition of media began to change with the invention of the printing press and progressed rapidly in the early 20th century as radio, film, and television became the dominant forms of media. Older forms of media such as paintings or sculptures became referred to as traditional media. Jorge expands on this.
I took a media studies class in college, and yeah, toys and plush.
Oh, fun fact about Neo Cortex: his voice actor Lex Lang voices Kill Jaden in World of Warcraft. So in my autistic mind, I would have Cortex just saying Kill Jaden's line from Tomb of Sargeras. Who will save you now? That infamous line. People still die to that mechanic on Legion Remix. Fun. Kill Jaden progression was always fun. I never did Mythic back in the day, but in playing Legion Remix as a demon hunter, yeah, I'm glad that I made that choice. It's easily one of the best. Like, again, you could just negate the knockback mechanic with Glide. Marcus Blackwell, what's up? Lost Media, my beloved, what's on the menu tonight? We're going to be going over quite a bit there, Marcus, my friend.
She's are not media. They're not easily replicable. You can't send a copy to your friend or upload
The
online or
crystals.
whatever. But again, that's not to say you can't talk about them or you can't solve them or they're not interesting or nothing like that.
Now, and in the context of lost media, the word media excludes traditional media and has come to refer to mass media, means of communication that are easily copied and disseminated to the masses through technology.
Yeah,
Though there's
that
some
makes
debate on the
sense.
categories of mass media, the commonly used divisions are print, recordings, cinema, radio, television, the internet, and some consider mobile phones their own form of mass media, though there's an argument to be made that they only facilitate media rather than being their own unique form. It's
Yeah, I would argue that they're a facilitator, not a not that they are media themselves.
really the and sometimes why of mass media. Mass media is not to be confused with mainstream media or alternative media. Both are simply ways of categorizing mass media.
That's funny. There are plenty of like lost broadcasts out there, especially if you look into stuff from like the BBC. They're rather notorious for how they treat their old stuff. Not very well until rather recently, but I mean, hey, the BBC in itself is collapsing, which is very much a good thing.
The word media continues to evolve even today. Some are even starting to exclude print, radio, and television from the definition of media, believing they are now forms of
Get a load of this media.
traditional media. But for our purposes, media is defined as the means or channels of general mass communication, information, or entertainment in society.
That's also
if you want an even clearer definition, we can add the 7 types of media. I believe these changes more accurately represent the modern usage of the word media and its usage in the lost media community. So putting it all together, what is lost media?
Toei Animation is gonna copyright strike this video now.
Media is any
Dragon
means
Ball
or channels
footage
of mass communication, information, or entertainment in society that have been taken away, cannot be recovered, or are unavailable to the general public. So now that we have a working definition, what are the different types of lost media, as categorized by the various lost media communities? Combining the
By the way, I also go by Pathfinder Paladin in Discord. Yeah. I know.
ideas from the Lost Media Wiki, the Lost Media subreddit, and this nifty graph by Truth is Stranger Than Fiction, we have ideas
Hold
from
on.
the types of lost media.
Let's
as categorized by the various
let's go back.
communities.
Sorry, I was
Combining the idea
is not lost media. Okay. Unknown media. Okay.
is from the Lost Media
Unreleased media. Shrek test footage. Spawn the animation. Media that was created but was never intended to be released to the public. Some question of finding media not meant for the public not meant for the public's eyes fits under the lost media umbrella. Either way, I think something like the Shrek test animation being found is like really, really cool. We actually get to see like concepts in motion. Let's see. I find London After Midnight absolutely fascinating. I see you're talking about British programming. When I saw Marcus, not gonna lie, when I saw Midnight there, I was like, okay, my mind is going to the World of Warcraft expansion that's being developed right now.
Media Wiki, the Lost Media.
Oh yeah. Unknown source. Caleb number 6, Jeff the Killer original image. Media that was found, but its origins remain unknown. Since the media is available, some consider it not lost media. Others argue that the missing source qualifies it as lost media. No, it's like we already know that it's there. We could find it easily. But I will say, finding the source of something is fun, though.
Media subreddit, and this nifty graph by Truth is Stranger
Is lost media. Yeah, okay, yeah. London After Midnight, early Doctor Who episodes, Columbine, Doom, Duke Nukem mods, Filipino Batman. Okay. I guess Neurosama decided to do that. Nah, just kidding. I know the story behind that. Any media that was meant to be released to the public but is no longer available. Archived media. Badette, a Fulter film. Mean Girls DS game. The Day the Clown Cried, 100 Years. Media that we know exists and we know the location of, but is currently not being released for the public. British true, but honestly, I love it because of the plot. At least the plot as I understood it. Also, what WoW expansion? The upcoming World of Warcraft expansion coming out next year is called Midnight, and its prologue was released like this Tuesday. It was really, really cool. I liked it a lot. And it's like, oh, that's how the Void Storm just shows up on Quell the Lost. Even though we can't go to Quell the Lost just yet, as it is in Midnight. You could go back to Silver Moon City, but don't bother. It's too old. Only role players go there.
Than fiction, we have Completely Lost.
I mean, yeah, it's true. So let me explain Postnut. So the people who committed the Columbine atrocity, right? They made levels for Doom, Quake, and Duke Nukem. That's what that's talking about. Like, we have some of those levels there. You could even play some of them. It's though, do be warned, you'll probably feel an immense sense of dread when playing through them, even just the simple deathmatch map that one of them made. Just be aware. Be aware, you probably will feel some sense of dread.
Partially lost, partially found, found media, archived media, existence unconfirmed, non-existence confirmed, unknown source, unreleased media, and unidentified media. Some of these are straightforward. Completely lost media is entirely lost. No aspect of it has been found. But once we found anything, even a single frame of a lost movie, it becomes partially lost. And once most of the media has been found, it crosses over, becoming partially found. Though not all communities differentiate between partially lost and partially found. Found media is formerly lost media that's been recovered. Existence unconfirmed. These are fringe cases where some shred of evidence implies that there might be lost media, but we have no concrete evidence. A classic example is Yeah Yeah Beebus 1, a video game listed in an old magazine that's never been proven.
Well, what kind of name is that? Xenophobe? Xenophobe. Scurvy likes his borders, I tell you what. I know Wrecking Crew. I very much know Wrecking Crew. Lol, if I went to school with Columbine kids, I would have definitely. Jeez, Postnut. Wowza.
Real or fake. Non-existence confirmed. This is the bad ending for lost media.
What is that? What is that? Okay, there has to be, I think I have a button. Oh, what is that? Seriously, what is that?
Hey pal, you just blowing from Stupid Town?
We search for something we think is lost, but in the process, it's proven that it never existed at all. An example is A Day with SpongeBob SquarePants, a DVD mock-up for a movie that made its way to Amazon for pre-order. After an extensive search effort, it was proven that the movie was never made and was only ever just a concept. It never existed, and we know it. Moving forward, we get to some of the more debatable entries.
Oh, I remember the search for A Day with SpongeBob SquarePants, and just the the fact that it never existed was just like, oh my goodness! Squidward!
Archived media, sometimes called hoarded lost media, is found media that has not been released to the public. Sesame Street is notorious for this, having many
copyright
pieces in their possession, but are unwilling to release them to the masses. In other cases, there are legal hurdles that prevent otherwise found media from being released, as in the case of Mean Girls DS. But it's debated if this should count as lost media. Sakura Stardust was kind enough to share her thoughts.
If we know somebody has something that is possibly the only copy of that one thing and their intention—
It is I, Jukula. I am going to be greedy and prevent these episodes from being released.
intentionally hoarding it, that means you can't just go to a store and buy it, you can't download the ROM if it's like a video game. It remains unavailable to the public still. All in all though, if somebody's intentionally hoarding a piece of lost media and not making it viewable or, obtainable and consumable, then I feel like it's the same as it being—
Well, my zesters, we have to use force then. That's the only solution. We have to use force to attain what we want. I'm just being a prick.
Being lost in a warehouse somewhere where nobody's aware of it, it's still very much lost.
Unknown source. Unknown source is where things get murky. These are rare cases where we have media, but do not know where it came from or what the original source is. Usually in these cases, the media that we have has been altered in some way from the original. An example is Celebrity 6, the case of a collage of celebrities where all the celebrities have been identified and the original images they're based on tracked down, with the exception of
Well, yeah. I mean, there's like one chick and like many gay and like many Chads that got a nicer jawline than I do.
1. Celebrity 6, who remains unidentified and the source photo has never been determined. An even more famous example comes from the Jeff the Killer image, where no one's been able to unearth the original, unedited.
Something tells me we're never gonna learn the source of this. Like, I'm being honest here. Like, I don't think we're ever, like, I have a feeling it's like, one, I don't think we'll ever know who this is. And then, 2, I think it's too edited. Like, that's just my theory. It looks way too edited. And I'm aware of the history behind the search, but ultimately, I think the guy who made it is just he, like, if we could even nail it down to a source, who knows? The guy who made this could possibly be dead. We don't know. But if he's still alive or whatnot, he's probably laughing and just, you know, not saying anything about his whereabouts because he finds it funny. I don't think anybody thought about that. The guy who made the image could just be a massive troll.
Photo. These cases veer into general internet mysteries, and it's debated whether or not they should count as lost media. Unreleased media. If unknown source blurred the lines, unreleased media is where things get heated, because this kind of media sits on the absolute fringes of how we define the word lost. These are cases where media was created but went unreleased. You can even break this down further into a subcategory of unreleased media that was never meant to be seen, such as,
oh wow, that's friggin' sweet! And hey look, Lois, it's me, Peter Griffin, on the Family Guy pilot. That's friggin' sweet.
as some TV pilot episodes or
yeah, oh my goodness. I remember when I was very happy when I learned that the Family Guy pilot was just found just on the most random of days. Like, it was just found, and I was like, oh my goodness, this is awesome. This is awesome. I'm not even much of a Family Guy watcher, so to speak. Like, I like the out of context clips or whatnot. You know, I mean, it's good brain rot. What can I say? I have not had enough to drink yet, hence the stammering. But anyways, I was so happy when I learned that this was found. Who knows? Might have been you, Marcus, that I first saw that post about the Family Guy. No. That was me and my friends. I first saw your post about me and my friends, and yeah, that's how I learned that was found. Finally, but the Family Guy pilot, that was just randomly browsing on Twitter, and I was surprised. I was surprised, very much surprised.
test animations. These were part of development, but were never meant to be viewed by the general public. Some argue that media that was never meant to be seen by the public doesn't count as lost media, categorizing it as unreleased media. Both Sakura and Jorge have different thoughts on the subject.
I mean, again, there are a lot of gray areas, but I feel like if it's something that's known by the public in some regard and is complete somewhat, it does count. I feel like it could go by a case-by-case basis, but at the same time, if it's something the public was aware of, be it through a magazine or through some kind of promotional material where people are aware of it, therefore it's lost, I think it counts.
So this is a big divisive question. For example, the Gibby pilot, when that was found.
Oh my, that was actually found. Rexus, what's up? But my goodness, that was actually found? That was not just a rumor, that was actually found. The Gibby pilot, my goodness.
Some people wondered, does this count?
Oh man, I'm just begging all the major media companies to just like try to strike down the stream, am I? We got Nickelodeon, Toei Animation, lots of the BBC, lots of other big media companies. We'll probably see something from Cartoon Network soon, I guarantee. Oh no, we already have seen something from Cartoon Network. I worry that episode 94, the ScurvyRum show, will be lost media.
Count. It was never meant to be released. We weren't meant to see this. And you can't really lose something that you never had to begin with. So when you take the definition of lost media to its strictest form, then no. I think stuff like the Gibby pilot, the Drake and Josh pilot, basically any pilot would be unreleased media. Now, that's not to say you can't talk about it or it's not interesting. It still sort of falls under that lost media umbrella term, but I think there is a small difference between the two.
I'm in the
This
camp
got
that
weird.
thinks unreleased media and lost media might as well be the same thing, since they're both inaccessible to the general public.
Wait, okay, 2 years ago? Okay, yep, this was found. This was found. Nah, you ain't big enough, like, outlaw in chaos, to get copyright striked. I have had some copyright issues on this channel before. The Gungrave Gore video, for instance. I wouldn't be surprised if the audio of that was, like, gone, but I still have the video file, so not like that's lost.
But at the same time, I don't feel comfortable using these cases as a justification for modifying the
I see,
definition of
Dusty.
lost media, because I understand why members of the community disagree. Again, we're working on the fringes of lost media. Now, moving on to unidentified media, we are officially outside the lost media umbrella, but there are some exceptionally rare cases that can be included. These are cases where someone will vaguely remember something, but can't find the name of it. There are other communities dedicated to such cases, like Tip of My Tongue or Help Me Find, but the lost media subreddit gets these types of posts constantly. People even do this to me in the real world. When I tell them I'm a lost media YouTuber, they'll describe a popular TV show or movie.
Yep, now Disney's gonna come after the stream. Yep, we got Disney, Cartoon Network, Nickelodeon, Toei Animation, BBC, a whole bunch of others.
From their childhood and get really impressed when I pull it up immediately. Unidentified media is the most annoying thing about the lost media subreddit, but I understand why there's confusion, because at some point, unidentified media becomes lost media. A famous example is Clockman. It started off as an urban legend of sorts, a handful of people discussing a cartoon they saw as kids that they couldn't remember the name of, only recalling a handful of details. What I just described belongs on Tip of My Tongue or Help Me Find, and is not lost media.
Yes, Clockman.
Clockman tipped. After enough people remembered the same cartoon, it became apparent that this was real, but could not be found anywhere, making it lost media.
Man, I remember seeing that for the first time. I was like, what the heck? This is really freaky.
Even though it still fits into the category of unidentified media. Another example that's less clear-cut is the lost commercial Hitogata, a PSA that a huge community remembers airing in Japan, but after nearly 20 years of searching, no one has found it or can definitively prove that it exists.
What
it's
is
currently
that?
an urban legend and has some overlap with the existence unconfirmed category.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. The Japanese, they do like to make urban legends out of, like, lost things. So that doesn't surprise me that they made it an urban legend. Probably a really good one, too. I love Japanese urban legends.
And may someday be proven real. Okay, let's move past the gray areas. What is not?
Let's see. Yeah, I got one of my videos blocked on YouTube because some company is claiming ownership of Death in June, even though Death in June is owned by Douglas P., its founder and lead singer. Well, if you're playing... Okay, so the way YouTube's copyright system works is, like, if something is uploaded to that, to that system, right? And if YouTube detects that said song is being used, it's gonna ding you. It's not gonna strike your video, but it is going to let you know that you are using copyrighted material. Again, it's not a good system. I'm not defending it at all. I'm just saying it how it works. That's a very, very fundamental level on how that works.
Lost media. Canceled projects. If something was never made, it can't be lost. There are some aspects of canceled media that can be lost media, like a script for an unmade movie, concept art for an unfinished video game, or even footage from a TV show that was shot before the project was canceled. Cases of lost authors. These are instances where we have the media, but we don't know where it came from. The most well-known example is the most mysterious song on the internet. We have the media, but we have no idea who made it. It's kind of a case of reverse lost media. It's very interesting and attracts the same kind of people, but it is not lost media. Physical items. This goes back to the definition of media. The way we define media in modern times excludes physical items such as paintings, sculptures, or plushies. These fall under traditional media, and all major lost media communities explicitly exclude it from their definition of lost media. And last, internet mysteries in general. Many pieces of lost media are
Yeah, I wouldn't say ARGs really fall under this.
Internet mysteries, and internet mysteries have some crossover in the lost media fan base. Not all internet mysteries are lost media. So I've laid out to the best of my abilities the definition of lost media and its different types. But the real answer to the question, what is lost media, honestly, isn't that important. It's up to the community to decide what they want to include under the umbrella term of lost media, no matter how it may stray from any logical dissection of words, especially a word like media that changes alongside technology. L Supersonic Q eloquently explains this idea.
I think the term lost media is malleable and can be used more loosely. like when referencing a piece of media whose origin is the only unknown factor, or when it comes to something like physical items. While figures and plushes
What is
don't exactly
that?
fit the definition of media, it's a fitting term to describe the mysteries that the collecting community has run into over the years, and gives important pieces like prototypes and company history a more important home. Not to mention, the physical items that people have taken an interest in require searches
What
that
is
by definition
that?
fit the way in which people find those common types of lost media. I don't think that just because we might be sourcing where an item is physically, that means it has to operate separately from the term. But in all of these cases, the conclusion I've reached about lost media over all these years is that lost media remains lost until its content or knowledge about it is made publicly available. It's in that result, when everyone can view and enjoy a piece of lost media, that we can definitively change its status from lost to found.
In the last few months, I've gotten more emails and comments about mysterious songs than I have on topics I would
Oh, it's this song. I know this song. This was found.
actually define as lost media. And I love it. I love the passion the community has for mysteries of all shapes and sizes, and I am proud to be a part of it. This video is sponsored by Squarespace.
Okay, yeah, we don't need to worry about that. But this song in particular, what's its name? Might be a bit too inappropriate for the stream tonight. I'm trying to keep things pretty PG here. I'm not even swearing tonight. So, again, I don't have a need to for lost media. I'm not gonna get angry about it. But anyways, let's see. I'm gonna take a look at OBS chat. Maybe I missed something. Nope, I got everything. Let's check X chat. Yep, it's all good. Let's see. I am gonna grab me another. Actually, hold on. I still got a little bit more in this. I'll have it. Grab me another drink. And then we'll continue. Good drink. Very good drink as always. Okie dokie. I will be right back. Okie dokie. I am back. Okay. Let's see. We are going to move on to our... You could say it's a bit more of a downer segment, though not really. It's about lost media, but every now and then, you have pieces of lost media that get found, right? But turns out the search was more interesting than what was found. So we have a video from L Supersonic Q in regards to that. So let's play it. Of course, we're gonna put the playback speed on 1.25.
When I'm searching for a piece of lost media, or even just reading through new threads on the forums, seeing what might pique my interest.
Huh. Are dreams a form of lost media? That's funny right there. I don't think so.
I sometimes forget that I've been a part of the lost media community for 7 years. It was all the way back in 2015 when I first watched the
Yo, I forgot. Metroid Dread, like before the okay, let me do a little search in here. Metroid Dread. Yeah, Metroid Dread. Yeah. Metroid Dread was in development hell for like 15 years. 15 years! It literally was that game. Like, I know what Metroid Dread was. Like, the original version of Metroid Dread. That was retooled to the final game.
7 years. It was all the way back in 2015 when I first watched the Blame It on Jorge video that made me realize lost media
that is
even
crazy.
Existed. And it wasn't long after that when I started browsing the old wiki myself and discovering all kinds of topics. And while many of the topics I researched long ago have since been concluded, that's not to say they aren't any less memorable. This is also one of the most frequently asked questions I get from my viewers. Which searches are my favorite or stand out to me all these years later? My answer is always topics like the Kappa Mikey pilot, the Wire short from Cartoon Network, and of course, the Hannah Montana anime.
What?
However,
what?
Something that doesn't get discussed as often, whether it's asked by my viewers or just in the community as a whole, are the searches that aren't memorable or didn't live up to the expectations people had for it. While I don't come across
I guess you could say me and my friends falls under this category for sure.
Of these too often, there have definitely been searches in the past that left me or others wanting more out of the topic. But that's not to say the reason they're so disappointing is any less interesting. I want to give these topics another chance in the spotlight and revisit.
Whoa, what is that spinge bill right there? Ugh.
Some searches
That's
that didn't
ugly.
live up to their hype. There is never a shortage of Nickelodeon-related lost media, and it's for the fact that so many topics come from the network itself that people are always excited to jump into another search from them.
I have a feeling the reason why that tends to be the case, a lot of people are very nostalgic for the early days of the Nickelodeon channel, like mainly the 90s. I could see why. Some very good cartoons coming out from that era, but also some, I guess, not so interesting stuff too, mainly pilots.
I've covered a lot of Nick mysteries before, because it's one of my favorite areas of content too, and I personally love researching the lost pilots and shorts that seem to be in abundance. However, sometimes there's a more unique instance of lost media that comes from Nick, either in the form of a lost promotional bumper, like the Oswald-Ozzy Osbourne crossover, which is still at a standstill.
Huh? Let's see, sometime between 2001 to 2003, I remember playing in my family room alone when an odd commercial came on Nickelodeon. The commercial featured clips of animation from the children's show Oswald, overlaid with audio from the MTV show The Osbournes. Ozzy Osbourne voiced the... It's talking about like some kid show, like some like like young kids show about like a cartoon octopus. That's funny that Ozzy Osbourne was voicing that cartoon octopus.
Or, in this
Quote,
case,
unquote.
an episode of the cartoon variety show Kablam that no one knew if it actually existed or not. This is the infamous Kablam episode 29 topic, a mystery that dates all the way back to the early 2000s
Yeah.
and found its way to the Lost Media Wiki a decade later.
Yeah, that's the thing about a lot of like 90s stuff, so to speak. It's like it had soul. Even if the propaganda was like covert, like it still had soul behind it. The people who made the cartoons actually cared. They were not cynical. They were not cynical people who were behind this, or just mentally stunted lesbians who were behind these cartoons. It's like, you know, they were episodic, they were fun, like people remembered like early SpongeBob for a reason. Again, soul. That was the big thing, was soul.
Where it gained new popularity. The story surrounding this episode is that it was created to be the finale of the entire series, with a plot involving an award ceremony as a way to conclude what the show had accomplished during its run. Most notably, it was said to also include a scene in which the main characters, Henry and June, kiss each other goodbye, and sparked a lot of interest in the fact that such a scene existed. The episode allegedly aired in September
I see.
1998 and had gone missing.
Yeah, I do remember that search in particular. I know a lot of people were disappointed with that.
Shortly after, with the only evidence that the episode existed in the first place being sourced back to episode guides from the early 2000s that stated it aired. Believe it or not, this was one of the very first Lost Media topics I researched back 7 years ago, and the debate about whether or not it existed is what got me heavily invested in researching it. It didn't make sense to me that an episode which had been documented in some capacity back then could have been entirely made up.
Prometheus!
What's more is that there were other confirmed lost episodes of Kablam that did exist. So I wanted to be the one to unearth this urban legend, and I spent
I've seen a lot of like early 90s like Nickelodeon stuff on like the Nicktoons channel when I was a kid. Never saw Kablam, funnily enough.
a lot of time trying to do just that, reading through comments from
Yeah, you probably remember it. You probably remember Kablam, Dusty. I've never seen it.
fans that believed they watched it, and even checking sketchy websites that claimed to have the episode. I was convinced there was way more
Sketchy.
evidence it did exist compared to evidence that it didn't. But as I started getting deeper into the topic, I found myself in denial. What I didn't realize at the time was that you can't believe every recollection is completely accurate, and you definitely can't believe episode guides that anyone can edit and didn't have any quality control. After a while, I ran into an old fan of the series named Kablammer1992, who
Yeah.
informed me that the
I
rumor
know
was
that
very
much,
old
Dusty.
and had been around the community for years, without proof it was real. Not only that, but apparently the creator of the series commented on an old defunct fan site that Henry and June have more of a brother-sister connection and aren't in a relationship. I also found more primary sources around this time that further disproved its existence, such
Man, Ren and Stimpy, Danny Phantom, Invader Zim. Oh my goodness. That takes me back to a simpler time, you know? When I was a kid and things were actually pretty decent, well, you know, not the 2008 financial crisis, that's for sure. My parents were feeling that, but I never really had to worry about that. All I had to worry about was Super Mario Galaxy. That's all I had to worry about. Since I was born in 2007, I grew up in an era where stolen animation was slowly being replaced with corporate cynicism. I could see that, Rexus. That's, I would say the soul started leaving these studios at around like 2015, 2016. Oh, but yeah, John K. I don't like the guy who made. I like Ren and Stimpy. I don't like the guy who made it. Just to put that disclaimer out there, guy was an absolute psychopath.
as a Nickelodeon
Wait. The guy who made Invader Zim was also a nut job. That's news to me.
book that doesn't include the episode in its final count of the series, and an article that stated Kablam would be debuting its new season in September 1998. nothing about any kind of series finale. It wouldn't be long after these discoveries that the creator of Kablam released the entire series on his website, and episode 29 didn't exist as it was rumored. There's an actual episode 29 of the series, titled Your Logo Here, and many more.
Yeah, that I forgot about Teen Titans Go. I was quite the hate watcher of that series, I'll tell you what. Yeah, I agree too. That series in itself is it's so cynical. I get wanting to make a comedy series about the Teen Titans, but it's like, come on. Everybody wanted an actual continuation of it. Nobody wanted this. But unfortunately, as we learn time and time again, that normies have no taste whatsoever, here we are. It's only now that I think it's finally being canceled. It didn't have to be that mean-spirited. Yeah, it was. That show was made out of spite. Like, I'm telling you, that show was made out of spite.
More that came after it. Episode 29 simply doesn't exist as I believed, and that fact is still really disappointing to me. For all the time I spent researching the topic, I really wanted to find such an episode, but as I looked closer, the details made less sense, and the topic as a whole kind of faded away without any momentous celebration once the episodes had been released. I've since concluded that the existence of the episode can be sourced back to confusion with other real episodes from the series, and fan fiction.
Let's see, but Invader Zim's creator did create the Johnny the Homicidal Maniac comic. Yeah, I saw that DM on Discord, Dusty.
That were popular back in the day. I feel like if the episode had existed, its discovery would have been legendary. But instead, not many people remember this topic as a classic in the community, and Kablam doesn't really get talked about anymore,
I can see
even
why.
with the small bit of lost content that still exists.
101% whiz bang. Huh. Oh, that's interesting.
Exists for it. I've always said that making more Lost Media videos on Disney content is something that I'd like to do for the channel.
Disney Lost Media. Okay, boys, get ready. We gotta hunker down the hatches. We got more copyright strikes coming in for ScurvyRum Show episode 94.
But when it comes down to it, that usually doesn't happen. For some reason, Disney Lost Media doesn't have the same interesting appeal to me in comparison to TV channels or other animation. And in the past, there were a few times when I had planned to make videos on Disney topics, but they never ended up happening. I think a lot of the...
I do remember watching Toon Disney as a kid. My goodness. Recess was a wild show for the time. That it was. Well, at least there was Adventure Time. I hear the continuations and sequels are... not... Good grief, Rexus. Don't remind me about Fiona and Cake. The show that's made for, like, mentally stunted lesbians. Please, don't remind me about that. I was constantly getting reply after reply from quote-unquote Adventure Time fans. It's like, oh, it's meant for older people. But it's like, it's TV-14. It's still made for kids. I think the best Adventure Time should have ended a long time ago. They just keep expanding and expanding it. Again, it's the consequence of having a bunch of lesbian writers, mentally stunted lesbians start writing the show. It's been dead to me for a while. I as a kid should have appreciated when they were talking about, made up words in the second season. I should have been more appreciative of that.
The reason for that is because the searches don't really make for interesting videos, and this is entirely the case for a Disney topic that I actually became obsessed with a few years ago. Again, it's not something that I ever see brought up, and despite how many people were involved with the search when it was going on, I think everyone forgets it even exists.
What's the search?
Because the search was overall uneventful. While Disney undoubtedly has a lot of lost content, Pixar has a lot of that too. Most of which I'm sure you've heard about before, like Newt,
Oh, Newt. At least Steven Universe is. I think they're trying to revive that though. Steven Universe. Oh, Lord have mercy on us. I don't know why I liked it when I was a kid. I'm kind of with you there, Rexus. I think it was because like I guess the concept itself was somewhat interesting. But now looking back on it, especially especially if you know who Rebecca Sugar is, yeah, you could put "is" in 3 parentheticals here. Yeah. When I have kids, I'm not letting them watch Steven Universe and anything related to it.
Some early test content, and commercials. But one Pixar
Let's
top up
see.
before, like Newt, some early test.
Bullseye from, okay. Oh, that's just Bullseye. Partially found Bullseye dialogue test footage from Pixar animated film. Oh, wait, but Toy Story 2 is like, it's real. It exists.
Test content, and commercials.
Oh, yeah, those.
But one Pixar topic in particular that the Lost Media Wiki really took interest in was called Made in Point Richmond. Made in Point Richmond was a really interesting piece of Lost Media for the fact that it wasn't just 1 or 2 or 3 pieces of animation, but a whole collection of lost and rare Pixar content and had a unique twist. Unlike most Lost Media that I research, which usually exists in digital archives or hard drives from producers and animators, Made in Point Richmond was an exclusive employee DVD that was given away as a...
I see. The only thing they got going for Steven Universe is music, and even then, I don't care. Yeah, that was something else too. I think the music was like actually pretty good, especially like the singing stuff. But other than that, it like looking back on it now, it's just like, yeah, this is yeah, best to avoid it.
A gift. It's not often that we search for lost media that exists on physical media, and this made acquiring a copy very difficult. It's not known how many copies were made, and they were only available to employees during a limited period. So we'd have to get in touch with one of them who has it, but also would be willing to dump it for us. The earlier posts on the forums details several employees with copies that had been found, but in most cases,
maybe we need to ask the fine people at Cartel Zoo. Okay, I'm just making WoW jokes at this point.
Cases, they either didn't want to dump it or didn't even want to discuss it beyond the fact that they have one. I ran into this firsthand as well. Once I started making my own leads and contacts,
you deserve only the best.
I had found, which were different from the ones on the forums, acted the same way about it, with some even having a strong opinion that it was made for Pixar employees only and should never be shared online. This is how the search progressed.
I disagree. I would like to see the stuff that's on that DVD. I think that'd be interesting. I'm assuming it's already been found. That's why we have that Lost Media Wiki tab opened. Let's see, Pixar. Yeah. Okay. We'll just have to do the Cloudflare stuff, whatever. Okay, and so it has been found. Various found, Made in Point Richmond, found miscellaneous content from Pixar DVD, 1986 to 2000. Okay. Okay, in the beginning of 2001, sometime after completing For the Birds, Pixar made an employee-exclusive DVD called Made in Point Richmond, containing a selection of non-movie content that was made when they were based in northern San Francisco Bay Area community of Point Richmond, California, like their television work, short work, FX work, and party videos, as well as the THX trailer. Oh, wait a second. They were the ones who made that THX thing with the... Like that noise? They made that? That's interesting. What makes this DVD unique is not only its collection of Pixar rarities, otherwise lost or in low quality, that are covered on this wiki elsewhere, including most of their commercial division work, Blown in the Wind and Jesse Patsy Montana Entertainer Award acceptance speech, but rarities possibly otherwise unknown. about if it wasn't for their inclusion in the DVD. Oh my goodness, what was in there? They include Sesame Street Luxo Junior shorts. Okay. Bugs Life material, Toy Story 2 material, party videos. Oh, wow. My goodness, that's actually quite the extensive catalog. That's cool. That's really cool. Okay, let's get back to the video here. I'm starting to feel the I'm starting to feel the existential dread. What I did read your comment, but I'm going to be facetious about it. Why, Dusty? Why?
Best for the most part, and more often than not, I'd find a new lead only to stop getting replies. It was fun discussing events like this in the forums, but there wasn't really anything else to do besides that. I remember frequently checking eBay, or trying to find someone with a copy that they'd be willing to sell, but I don't think I ever did. It remained like this until a breakthrough eventually found its way to the forums, as someone came forward and claimed to have a copy. They said it came from their aunt in a collection of other DVDs, and was a little scratched so it might not rip correctly, which made most of us believe they were trolling. There wasn't much of a choice at the time, however, so we helped them through the process of getting it ripped, and to everyone's disbelief, the guy actually had a legit copy. Within days, the whole thing had been uploaded and available to view. It was such a weird coincidence, and the guy never posted anything else on the forums.
Okay,
we were very glad the mystery
that's
had been
really
solved.
cool.
And after that, the topic kinda got buried. I remember it being shared around with other Pixar enthusiasts who had been
Honestly, thank you for actually like letting me know about this. This is really cool.
looking for it, and I checked out a few of the animations, but overall it wasn't really what I was expecting.
I love the charm of these. This, like, again, this has soul in it. It's a freaking like mouthwash commercial, but it's still like it has a lot of heart and soul behind it. A lot of modern day commercials, like it would be like, oh wow, ooh, it cleans through your teeth, ooh. And I was gonna continue with that bit, but you get the point. They try to overcompensate when something like a Lister, like,
and I checked out a few of the
when something like a Listerine bottle, like, is just like fighting like tooth decay or whatever, or halitosis, whatever the Listerine company calls bad breath. That has a lot more soul behind it and heart. It's like they actually thought about what would be an interesting advertisement to people, of course, of the time. And this is something that would actually get people to buy Listerine.
But overall, it wasn't really what I was expecting. They were mostly just test animations and content related to their early advertisements, which was cool, but I felt like I wanted more out of it, especially for how long we spent trying to track down a copy ourselves. It was...
I mean, hey, that is fair enough. At the same time, it's just like, I find this stuff fascinating. Imagine, okay, I remember when I first learned actually a few things of like, whether it's, okay, I'm gonna make this about World of Warcraft for a minute. In regards to like future lore or whatnot, I think some of it might be used like now. But I do remember, like, so there's a zone in World of Warcraft called Zereth Mortis. It's basically like the origin of the afterlife in that game. But there was also some other lore tidbits in regards to like the other Zereths, because that was mentioned in Shadowlands, which I wish people appreciated that bit of lore a lot more, of like, okay, this is where our powers come from. And I was just like, oh man, this is really cool. But do you know what I found even cooler? The original map of Azeroth. Like, for vanilla, wow, that was planned to be in vanilla. Like, Ulduar was going to be its own freaking continent, which that would have been awesome. Same with Northrend. Northrend was going to be in vanilla WoW, but it got scrapped. WoW's development history in itself is fascinating to me. But going back to the Shadowlands lore tidbits, right? It's like you had the origin of, life, light, void, order and disorder, not just of death. But it seems like I gotta give Mr. Steve Denuser some credit here. Seems like he was actually trying to establish some bits of the World Soul Saga that we're playing through right now. Messy as it is currently. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if any of that stuff has anything to play with The Last Titan. Who knows? We might get Zarathumbra. That's one of the names of the Zarath realms, as I think was leaked by a Blizzard lore employee. It's really cool stuff. I don't know why Shadowlands got such a bad reception when it comes to its lore. I think it actually did wonderful things for the game's lore. But, I mean, hey, I think now some of the retcons that have been made, they're making it better. I think they actually made the Shadowlands better with some of the stuff in War Within that they've made. Like the brokers being from Koresh, the process that Sylvanas is redeeming souls. I think that stuff is really cool. But anyways, okay, I got off track here. Yeah, I think that's the liquor. But anyways, I think that something like this is just like where you get to see the thought process behind the studio. I think that's really cool. I really do believe that. Yeah, okay, so with Sylvanas, right? Let me explain. So with Sylvanas, I agree, her character was destroyed in Battle for Azeroth. And what happened to Sylvanas in Shadowlands was they were trying to, like, okay, so Sylvanas is this, Sylvanas is this monster. That's the thing. She is this monstrous character. How do we really sell that point to players? And what they did was she made a pact with the Jailer. By the way, the Jailer is one of my favorite villains in Warcraft lore. Actually, probably my favorite, aside from the Lich King, of course. It's like she made a pact with the Jailer, and that's why she basically decided to start the Fourth War was for Zoval's sake. Now, keep in mind, this is something I always have to explain to people, especially Warcraft Twitter. Is the reason why the Jailer was made in the first place was because if everything else, right? Everything was caused by either the Burning Legion or the Old Gods. It got old, really fast, expansion after expansion. Burning Crusade was all about the Burning Legion. The Lich King originally, before the retcons, which were very good for the story, were about, he was created by the Burning Legion. Cataclysm, Deathwing, created by the Old Gods. Mista Pandaria, Old Gods. Warlords of Draenor, we finally had a new villain in the Iron Horde, but turns out, that was actually the Burning Legion. Legion was literally about the Burning Legion. Battle for Azeroth, Old Gods. And so the Jailer was something refreshing. It's like, I'm actually really excited to see how they're gonna implement this retcon in the lore. And I liked how it was implemented. I thought it made sense. I'd love to actually get into a debate about with people in regard, like big figures in the Warcraft lore community, about the subject as to why the Jailer was a good thing for the game. Let's see. They could have done it in a more bureaucratic manner with the Titans having a need to try to limit the disorder. Did you guys hear that Mojang removed code obfuscation from Java Edition? It's a good thing objectively, but it's a sign that Mojang wants to abandon Java Edition like how Valve did with TF2. The Jailer being a sort of cosmic lawyer. Yeah, I get where you're coming from, Dusty. I'm just saying, we definitely have the means to take down the Titans. The Jailer was classified as Titan++. So it shows that, I have a feeling the only Titan that would have stood a chance against Zoval was Sargeras, so we could easily take him down.
It was interesting to see a screen that stated this DVD was for Pixar employees only, and explains why so many of the employees stopped responding when we asked about selling or ripping their copies. Don't get me wrong,
Paramount
the story
logo,
of how it
that's
was found
funny.
is great, and for ad enthusiasts, it's a holy grail. But for me, it ended quicker than it started, and the reward wasn't something I was impressed with. Nowadays, I never even see it get mentioned with other Disney or Pixar content.
Oh no.
Lost cartoon pilots are one of my favorite pieces of lost media to search.
Hold on, give me a second. Okie dokie, I am back. Sorry about that.
Search for, and every one of them that I've covered on the channel before has been really interesting. Even though the pilots themselves are lost, there usually exists
Yo,
concept
Camp
art or
Laszlo!
some screenshots that we can look at to get an
Bro, I loved that show as a kid. I loved Camp Laszlo.
idea of what they're like, and in most cases, that's what initially starts the search. The intrigue these early ideas
Hoo-ha!
have, and the want to see something that existed before the way most people have. For me personally,
Oh yeah, I guess to answer your query there, Dusty, yeah, he was. It doesn't surprise me that the people behind the cosmic forces, or the beings behind the cosmic forces, are actually smarter than the players think. But yeah, I mean, obviously the jailer manipulated the Burning Legion pretty well. I mean, when your whole thing is all about zeal and destruction of the cosmos, and Death's whole thing, I mean, it's called Death for a reason.
I can't think of any instance where I made a video on a lost pilot that I didn't want to find, or felt wouldn't be worth searching for, but there are a few that I've passed on. One of the more famous examples, which often gets brought up when my viewers ask me about scrapped video ideas, is the Flapjack pilot. I actually had written and recorded an entire 10-minute video discussing the pilot several years ago, and intended to release it, but never.
Bro, who? Okay, I remember not liking Flapjack initially as a kid, but as I grow older, I'm just like, okay, okay. It was truly unhinged material, so to speak, and I love it. I love Flapjack these days. I'd gladly show my kids this show. It's pretty good. Well, yeah, you could say that. Even though the jailer is not a titan, none of the eternal ones are titans. They're eternal ones. They're their own beings. The Hearthstone team actually explained that when they added the Primus into Hearthstone. It's like, the Primus is not a titan, he's an eternal one, but his power is like that of the titans, if not beyond, or something like that.
I did. Because when it came time to...
I love getting into tirades about WoW lore on this, and it has nothing to do with the stream. It's great.
The visuals, I realized...
They just failed... Let's see, sorry, chat's being stupid. They just failed to really effectively communicate it well. Yeah, that's the thing. The Grimoire of the Shadowlands explains it a lot better, but also I think, yeah, this was still in a time where Blizzard was not keen to explain what happens in, like, books in games or make them side stories.
There's nothing particularly interesting or notable about the pilot that made me want to find it. The visuals look the same, the characters sound the same, and in fact, the plot of the pilot is pretty close to that of a final episode as well. But another pilot that I think I would have had this same feeling towards, had I made a video on it, is the Billy and Mandy pilot.
Oh!
This is another one of those classic lost media topics that got discussed a lot back in the day, but almost never gets brought up with the other Cartoon Network pilots nowadays. And I think the reason for that is because people never realized what it was we were actually searching for. The popularity of the Billy and Mandy pilot search goes back to 6 or 7 years ago, when an image on the old Lost Media wiki gained quite a bit of attention, and if you've been in the community for long enough, you've probably seen it before. This image depicts Billy and Mandy in a much earlier iteration than that of the final show, and if you compare the two designs, you can definitely notice a lot of differences, though you can definitely still see the resemblance to the designs and colors of the final show. By all means, this depicts what appears to be the original pilot.
You know what? I just had this thought right now. You know, Tara Strong has been in a lot of shows, like in terms of voice acting. I'm actually just gonna do a tiny little diversion here. Let's see. Oh my goodness, Tara Strong has voiced World of Warcraft characters. She voiced characters in Shadowlands and Dragonflight. Oh, okay. She voiced one of the members of the Gob Squad. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. No, I knew that Tara Strong voiced a lot of characters. I did not know that she voiced World of Warcraft characters. I just wanted to like take a look at the wiki to see like who she voiced. It's just like, why Newt? Out of all the characters, like why Newt? But she did voice characters in Shadowlands, so that's awesome.
Pilot of the
And yes, I know she's Jewish and is very much in support of Israel, but that's besides the point.
And Mandy, and appears as an unlockable screenshot in one of the video games. The fact that this exists exclusively in the video game is really cool, and once it was uncovered, it got people interested in seeing the animation it came from. It was around this time that series creator Maxwell Adams had heard of the popularity surrounding the pilot and located a copy, which would debut at the Troma Animation Festival in 2016.
Oh!
It certainly did, and I remember finding several fan
Billy and Mandy in Trepanation of the Skull and You.
uploads from that time in pretty poor quality.
Dang it,
as
Dusty.
it was being filmed in the convention center. People really wanted to see it. But something seemed off once people checked out the animation. This had no resemblance to that color image from the video game, but instead was a short black and white animation with no appearance of Grimm at all. Everyone was confused at what they just watched, and many thought that Adams had debuted the wrong animation, but it was confirmed that this was the pilot of Billy and Mandy.
That's still really cool, though.
Everyone wanted. They just didn't know it existed in this form. It's described as more of a short animated film that was created by Adams while he was in college, with Billy and Mandy both making an appearance in the short and being described as completely inappropriate for Cartoon Network by Adams himself. Many people ended up questioning
I can see
if the
why.
second pilot did exist, as it was still unexplained what that piece of concept art from the video game was. Afterwards, it was made clear that the piece of art was nothing more than a concept that was made for a pilot of the series that was never produced. There are no earlier animations that use this visual style, which was disappointing to a lot of people who were hoping for a more traditional Lost pilot. Though to me, what's even more interesting than the fact that so many people got confused about the pilot themselves is the fact.
Hey, I like Adam Sandler in some of his films, even though he's very pro JOO, and due to him being a tiny. Yeah, I know. Obviously, Adam Sandler is a small hat. Obviously.
That the upload Adams made to his YouTube channel is the highest quality he has, as several of the original assets from the short were discarded long ago. In a way, it's kind of amazing that it still exists at all, even though it's short and perhaps not as interesting as the true colored pilot would have been. It's still a great piece of animation history that was successfully preserved from the creator himself.
Hey, that's awesome. That's really cool.
When you think about the biggest lost media searches, like Cracks, Clockman, and even Crybaby Lane, there's a certain amount of pride we have in the fact that they were able to be found and are considered defining moments for how far the
I knew Crybaby Lane was like a lost episode creepypasta. I didn't know it was a search. Like, people were actually looking for the original version. Wowza canowza, man. Wowza canowza.
Community can go to uncover something that's missing. Not only that, but they're really fun to discuss and relive, which makes the effort it took to get them found, as well as the media themselves, well worth the effort. But there's one search that stands alongside these huge topics that, curiously, doesn't get quite as nice of a reception, and that is A Day with SpongeBob.
Gee, I wonder why, because it never existed.
Don't know what
It
is
never
about this topic,
existed.
with the fact that so many people are still divided on whether or not they'd like to be reminded of it in the first place. So let me explain. A Day
Just
with
a giant
SpongeBob
waste of
is
time.
definitely one of the biggest searches from the Lost Media Wiki, and it happened all the way back in 2015 and 2016, so it's pretty old at this point. Maybe some new fans of Lost Media haven't heard about this one yet, but the search for it was anything but typical. Originally,
Yeah.
the film, which was officially labeled as a mockumentary, first appeared on Amazon in 2011 and was seemingly impossible to find. No content from the film, no copies, and no one even having claimed to have seen it existed. Myself, along with many other Lost Media Wiki users, set up a Skype group.
This was like the prototype pump and dump. I mean, this guy still accepted money for a film that was never gonna be made. Suckers.
Once the mainstream interest it gained started to die down, to really dig into the mystery and solve it once and for all. But after close to a year of extensive searching, what it ended up coming down to was a couple phone calls with Regal's president. He confirmed to us that the film
Right.
never existed,
President,
and the Amazon
quote
page was
unquote.
only put up
Right.
to gauge interest in the project, and that was it. There was no horribly off-brand animation mixed with live-action green screen hybrid that could just barely exist without getting in trouble, and that fact didn't sit well with a lot of people. Ever since the beginning of the search, people wanted a bad bootleg movie to exist, and when it didn't, A Day with SpongeBob became a name more closely associated with failure than pride. Because even though we had technically solved the mystery, the fact that it was never made at all overshadowed the end of the search, and I can't say I completely disagree with that feeling towards it. For a while,
I
you
get
had lots
that.
of people in the forums who would turn their back on any SpongeBob-related topic. I'd like to think that if the rabbit hole of Regal Films and the listing of the film itself didn't go so deep, people would have been more accepting of the end result, and focused more on what we were able to accomplish.
Yeah.
But the
I
fact
wonder
that we spent
why.
so much time and so many resources only to confirm it never existed feels more like a waste to some people. Though I'll always be biased towards the topic because I was there.
I will say it when I was paying attention to the search, it was very interesting. It was like, okay, how the heck could seriously, how could some movie studio get away with like some really low budget movie studio get away with like making a film about SpongeBob and for it to not be like official at all? That's so crazy. Still, it was it was fun, especially because, well, I mean, hey, I like to listen to videos like this when I'm playing World of Warcraft, especially if I'm doing keys or whatnot. And not like I'm really doing any key pushing now because player housing is in the game. But still, when I was in my younger years especially, I listened to videos like this constantly while playing the game.
There for the whole thing, even before it gained any kind of attention, and it was my first big search. But the negativity towards remembering it is something I think most people will have for it, especially the onlookers that followed the old updates. If there's anything to take away from A Day with
doesn't
SpongeBob
surprise me.
and the other searches that didn't quite make a big mark in the community, it's the fact that searches happened for them at all, and conclusions were made whether the piece of lost media was found or not. There are so many topics as it is that don't get much attention or get overlooked entirely, so it comes down to what you're most interested in and what you'd like to spend your time searching for.
And that's a perfect way to end this segment right here. I'm gonna grab myself another drink because I have not had enough booze right now. So I will be right back. I am gonna play a different song for you guys though. Give me a second to find something. Perfect. What do you guys think of Weather Channel music? Pretty aesthetic, right? But anyways, we got a bit of a shorter video here. And yes, I have a another drink in my glass here. Let's see. I'm gonna take a sip of water. I feel a little dehydrated. Then let's see. What does Rexus have to say? I'm currently making a video on a very niche lolcow. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. The Weather Channel is basically like one of the progenitors of vaporwave. In case you didn't know. Only I and a small handful know who he is. I have some history with him. Not enough documented by Scout Trooper, but still. DM me the name of that lolcow or something. Maybe I might know who he is. But yes, that was Weather Channel music. But let's get started.
2025 has been a crazy year for Lost Media, especially for Lost
That
Island
it has, and it's also going to be quite the year for my channel to be taken down by false copyright strikes in this single moment.
episodes. There have been too many finds
Oh,
to
that's
count,
freaking
but
sweet!
I've chosen some of,
Oh
in
yeah, I
my
forgot to mention Fox.
opinion, the coolest ones to cover in this video. Let's get into it. Our first entry in this video is one you'll probably recognize. This is Jumper the Frog and Singing Simon. Jumper the Frog and Singing Simon was an educational series on VHS for children ages 1 to 6. It was created in 1988 by Sean Johnson.
Ah, dang it, Rexus, you had to blue ball me like that. I see. You're also watching that in addition to my stream, huh, Dusty?
And Centerpoint Distribution Incorporated in San Jose,
Oh yeah, I remember the search. This was a rather interesting search, and it got me to take care of to actually care about a subject I never thought I'd care about.
California. The main characters are a talking frog puppet, Jumper, and his human friend Simon. The series featured original educational songs. The search for the show started on July 9th.
Wow, even Giga Chad does shows like this. That's awesome. I mean, hey, that's honestly pretty cool that Giga Chad helps kids learn about math and all other educational stuff.
2024,
cool.
when a user by the name of Jupiter made this post on the Lost Media Wiki. The post reads as follows. Recently, my mom mentioned a children's show called Jumper that my little cousin was obsessed with in the late 90s, so I decided to look it up online and nothing. Couldn't find it on Wikipedia, IMDb, YouTube, Google Images, no mentions of it on Reddit or on any old forums. It's like the show never existed, but it definitely did. Jumper was similar to series like Sesame Street, Blue's Clues, Big Comfy Couch, etc. The main characters were a man and a small talking frog puppet named Jumper. I think Jumper was green with a round yellow belly, and he had a belly button.
Yeah, this goes back to like recollections from one of the previous videos. Recollections are absolutely an interesting way to start off a search. For sure.
Button for some reason. Jupiter drew up this photo of the show from memory to help.
Well, okay. No. That's not what it looked like. And clearly, this is not a Giga Chad. This is not a weird-looking frog puppet. This is just some weird thing. Look at the size of his arms. Like, if you look at the size of Simon's arms, they're pretty freaking huge. Well, they're pretty freaking huge.
Aid the search. Later on in the search, an eBay listing for a videotape called Eco You and Simon 2 was found, which
Wait a second, it's the same Giga Chad! It's the same Giga Chad from the frog one!
mostly matched Jupiter's description, except the animal beside the man wasn't a frog, it was an otter. But it was similar enough to the description that people thought it may have been a lead to finding Jumper the
It's
Frog.
the same
It wasn't
Giga
until
Chad!
March 1st of this year that Jupiter found an ad in an old Billboard newspaper from 1988. This ad not only confirmed the existence of the show, but also that its name was Jumper the Frog and Singing Simon. Once the show's name was confirmed to be Jumper the Frog and Singing Simon, it was confirmed that Eco You and Simon 2 was definitely linked to the Jumper the Frog tape. At this point, a YouTuber by the name of L Supersonic Q had been in contact with the person who listed the
let's see, let me take my darn long sleeve off and measure my bicep for comparison. Dude, Dusty, your bicep is probably bigger than mine, but I probably curl more than you. Ah, physiognomy's so weird, ain't it?
Yu and Simon 2 videotape to see if they maybe had the jumper tape as well, and they did. The person who listed the tape was Lady D's Treasures, and after a bit of back and forth,
doesn't
Lady
surprise
D's
me.
Treasures sent over the tape, and the tape was recorded and finally became found media after almost a
That's
year
just
of
the
searching.
alcohol.
This is such a cool find, and I can't believe it was actually real, but I'm glad Jumper the Frog is finally found.
Uh-oh. I see the title of the next segment. Copyright.
Dora the Explorer is an animated series created by Chris Gifford, Valerie Walsh Valdez, and Eric Weiner and
Wait a second. The people who made Dora were not Hispanic? Well, I think like maybe one of them is. Maybe two. But I see one of them looks a little chosen-y, so to speak.
produced by Nickelodeon Animation Studio. During the late 90s, a pilot for the series was made and released to Nickelodeon, and after being accepted, it
Wait,
was
hold on.
a pilot for the series and produced by Nickelodeon
How long was this? How long ago was this?
Animation Studio. During the late 90s, a pilot
Ah, okay, the late 90s. Not gonna lie, Dora the Explorer had had quite a bit of sway over me as a kid. I'm glad it doesn't now. I'm free. I am free from the slave that is Dora the Explorer, and I became a strong and proud Uncle Ruckus.
pilot for the series was made and released to Nickelodeon, and after being accepted, it
Well, I'm
was never
telling
made
ya.
available to the public and completely fell into obscurity. In this pilot, Dora looks mostly similar to her final version that we all know and love, whereas Boots looks wildly
Well, I wouldn't say all know and love. You know, Dora the Explorer has to be deported. Because Uncle Ruckus, needs a nice white country to live in. And if there's a bunch of non-whites in there, then we's gonna have a problem, I tell you what. I've been watching a lot of Boondocks as of late, if you couldn't tell.
different, looking more like the grumpy old troll. On August 21st, 2018, Lost Media
What grumpy old troll? You know, trolls are from Norse mythology, and and that's a mythology from the glorious white man. My biceps, they are definitely not 14 inches, they're probably more like 6, but they can curl like a mother effer.
Wiki Discord member Infinite Gates found the last few minutes of the pilot episode on the official Funline Animation website. Funline Animation
Actually, they're probably more like 5 inches. I don't know how I'm able to curl 80s with arms as big as mine, but I do it anyways. For the love of the game!
was the company behind the pilot episode. In 2023, Funline Animation released Be the Explorer _1, which features a much higher quality
Bede? That was gonna be her name, Bede.
clip of the pilot. Even though it was just a few seconds long, these finds were amazing, but it took another 2 years until June 23rd of this year when Funline Animation finally decided to release the entire pilot on YouTube, rendering it fully found. It's kind of crazy that after more than 25 years of the pilot being lost, it was finally
Look at that monkey right there. Wouldn't you know? That monkey is whiter than most. I'm kidding. Again, I've been watching a lot of Boondocks as of late, and Uncle Ruckus is like my favorite character in that show, so that explains a lot. Read, fella, read!
finally found in 2025.
Uncle Scurvy, no relation. Yeah, he's basically. I'm gonna post it. Hold on. I'm gonna post this on Twitter like right now. I don't care. Let's see. Uncle Ruckus. We's gonna copy that image right here. And I'm gonna post it on my Twitter. Oh, Nyara's getting ratioed. I'm just gonna pose it like that. Uncle Ruckus is my spirit animal. Oh wait, it's like Uncle Ruckus and DSP. I'm gonna reply to that. DSP is my spirit animal too. Ack. Okay. Enough joking around. I've been doing a lot of that tonight for sure. That is for sure, if I'm being honest with you. What is going on? There seems to be a lot of going on right now. And I'm telling you, as an orange, I don't know how to feel about this. Zestas. But anyways, let's get back to the video.
Me and My Friends is a live-action pilot episode taped at Nickelodeon Studios in Orlando, Florida.
If you remember last week's stream, we went over the autistic search for the Me and My Friends pilot, or the Backyardigans pilot, before it became a CGI show. And let me tell you, when I was watching that stream, a lot of the names made me uncomfortable. Like Tyrone, or Jamal, or some other Muslim name. I'm telling you. It made... I'm kidding. It's for a freaking kids show, man. I'm just playing up the Uncle Ruckus bit.
It was written and produced by Janice Burgess, and it was taped from...
And keep in mind, The Backyardigans, it was one of my favorite shows as a kid. I almost said is. But I guess that is true. It is one of my favorite shows when I was like a kid. But look at this moose fella right here. His name is Tyrone. What do you think when you hear the name of Tyrone? And Rexus, if you're watching this, you better be clipping this too, because you's only gonna get this Uncle Ruckus impression I don't know how many often times per stream. In Hindi? You talking about that dysgenic language there, Rexus? Hindi is an imperfect language compared to the languages of English, of France, of French, German, and every other country that is white. Any language that ain't that is inferior by definition, especially the Hindi language.
September to November 1998. Janice Burgess was a...
Well, yeah, no shoot. Because if you were to include any footage of that pilot, the people running at Viacom, they ain't white. Though they might look white, they ain't white. They would take down the video the moment it went up on YouTube. But I have seen the pilot itself.
A television producer for Nickelodeon. In 1998, Burgess was given the opportunity to pitch a live-action TV pilot at the request of her manager.
Okay, I gotta ditch the Uncle Ruckus impression. Like, what? Okay, it's just... Okay, I've seen the pilot of this before, right? And, the voices that the puppets are, like, speaking out of, it's like, it's kids, right? But just see a grown man in the costume is hilarious. I'm gonna take a sip of my booze for that.
Manager Brown Johnson. Burgess pitched a concept titled Me and My Friends, which followed 4 full-body puppet characters as they embarked.
By the way, rest in peace to the creator of the Backyardigans, by the way. Like, Janice Burgess, she's dead, so... I mean, hey, rest in peace. Rest in peace.
Embarked on adventures in their shared backyard. The pilot was declined by Nickelodeon, but in 2002, Burgess reworked the concept into an animated pilot featuring the same characters. This second pilot was successful and became...
Well, I wonder why this wasn't made into an actual show. The puppets and the settings would have been too much money for Nickelodeon at the time. And those lazy Jews working at that studio, they were not glorious white men. If they were glorious white men, they would have given the original version of this show the chance it deserved.
the CGI animated series The Backyardigans. The four main characters were Uniqua, Pablo, Tyrone, and Tasha. The pilot was declined
Well, what about the kangaroo Austin? Where was he gonna be in there?
by Nickelodeon in favor of none other than Dora the Explorer. Kind of ironic since that's the last entry I talked about,
Well,
but Ronald
yes.
Johnson insisted that she liked Janice's characters and would like to see them in a different form. And that's when it was reworked to become The Backyardigans, which premiered
Look at them soulless, beady little eyes. I tell you what, none of this could have been made. The thing is, the original version of the show could have been made if white men were in charge. But instead, a bunch of Jews at Viacom and Nickelodeon had to approve this version of my childhood show instead.
premiered in 2004. Prior to
Cairo, you just got out of bed? What the heck, man? Oh, okay. I see. If I ever get into Foundering's good graces somehow, I would gladly ask about his archive. He probably has all the songs anyways.
to June 27th, 2025, the only clip of me and my friends was part of the intro that was released in a 5-minute compilation video created by former crew members of Nickelodeon Studios for its 10-year anniversary in 2000. The full pilot was later uploaded.
Well, wouldn't you know? All these mole rats right here have Muslim names. You know why I got a problem with those kinds of names? Because I'm Uncle Ruckus. And you know what? Just joking. Yeah, they're definitely not Orthodox Christians. Those puppets, for sure, they're definitely not Orthodox Christians.
Uploaded anonymously on 4chan via a catbox link, which was mirrored to YouTube by a user named The Love Sun shortly after. Its public
Ah, damn, Rexus, you couldn't stay around long enough. But yeah, Janice Burgess, rest in peace. Let's see. Let me look this up real quick. Her cause of death. Okay. Oh wow, she died last year. So she was born in 52. Oh, she was like 72. Oh, okay. I see. It was breast cancer. Hey, rest in peace. Rest in peace. Like I've been saying throughout this whole segment. Rest in peace, Janice. Rest in peace.
unveiling is dedicated
Yeah, it was breast cancer, Dusty. Breast cancer.
to the memory of Janice Burgess, who unfortunately passed away on March 2nd, 2020.
Yes, I just got out of bed. I didn't go to sleep until 11. Dang! Yeah, it really is. If you want to compare it to like a male condition, it would be pancreatic cancer. Both, like, pancreatic cancer is like brutal for men. Breast cancer is brutal for women.
2024. Paramount did copyright the video and blocked it worldwide, but the full pilot can still be viewed on Google Drive.
Gee, I wonder why. Oh, that's friggin' sweet. We're talking about Family Guy now. Okay, I clicked on Discord for a second and I saw like Josie62. The heck is she doing right now?
Family Guy is an animated sitcom created by Seth MacFarlane that premiered on January 31st, 1999. Before its premiere, there was a 16-minute unaired pilot made sometime in 1990.
The bed is warm, whereas my room is cold. And gee. Well, gee, Cairo, no need to gloat in my face.
This pilot would eventually become the series premiere, Death Has...
Well, yeah, Dusty, both pancreatic cancer and breast cancer are pretty lethal, so... Again, I support both efforts to try to eradicate both kinds of cancer.
the shadow. Many differences from the final version can be seen throughout this pilot, such as different
No,
clothing,
shoot.
different character designs, and multiple scenes that were
Oh yeah, Cairo, in case you're wondering why I'm not swearing, I basically issued a challenge to myself as to, to not swear for the whole live stream. I've done a pretty good job so far myself.
eventually cut. Fox gave Seth MacFarlane a fairly small budget to create the pilot, namely $50,000, while most half-hour animated pilots cost
Thank you,
about
Dusty.
$1 million. Seth spent 6 months animating the pilot out of his house and co-created the pilot with Jim Keeshan Productions. Jim
Oh, wow.
Keeshan reportedly took all credit for making the pilot and filed a lawsuit against Fox.
But don't worry, this is just an exception. Next week, it's gonna be the usual bombastic ScurvyRum content.
And Seth MacFarlane on June 1st, 1999, which was quickly
It's friggin'
dismissed on
sweet.
December 28th, 2000. The first 7 minutes of the pilot can be found in the Family Guy Volume 2 DVD that was released on September 9th,
That's season 3, my friend.
2003. However, the rest of the pilot was replaced with a coming soon bumper. At the time, the only proof of existence for the rest of the pilot were a few low-quality images from a fan's tripod site, some more images on an official IMDb page, and a few articles on Blogspot. But on March 20th, 2025, user Ghost the Dead Girl discovered that the full 16-minute pilot was sitting there on Robert Paulson's personal website, completely undiscovered for
I've seen the whole 16 minutes of this. It's actually pretty funny. Better than Modern Family Guy, I'll tell you that much.
3 years. Rob is credited in the pilot as one of the digital ink and paint crew members and under compositing. The pilot was added to his site in September of 2022, but was only found on March 20th of this year.
Oh. Picasso print retrospective exhibit. Wait. Picasso?
On October 16th, 2011, a video of a commercial was uploaded onto YouTube by Draftee0528. The commercial was for Danto, a warmer sold by Kincho, a Japanese insecticide manufacturer. And that was the main focus of the video. But that was not what people focused on. After the commercial ended, a creepy and bizarre 2-second clip of a disjointed face moving was shown. On March 8th, 2022, in a commercial search thread on the anonymous message board 5CH, one user asked
Must have been some kind of Picasso painting, judging by the name of the title of the segment of the video.
for a search for the creepy clip that appeared after the Danto commercial. One user assembled the disjointed face and found it to be none other than Pablo Picasso, and further found that the Picasso face
Wait a second. I have to do some vetting here. Okay, 1881 to 1973. Okay. Oh, yeah, that made sense why there'd be a photo.
was from a photograph of Picasso taken by David Douglas Duncan in 1957. On July 7th,
Why the heck was he shirtless, though?
2025, a YouTube user named Kumamon uploaded a complete video of the Picasso footage. It was discovered that it was a commercial for the Picasso print retrospective exhibition held at Lafayette Harajuku from December
It's not Harajuku, it's Harajuku. Can you not read?
6th, 1983 to January 16th, 1984. I'm still confused on why they chose
Lafayette
that creepy looking
Harajuku.
graphic for the commercial, but it's an amazing
It's striking. If you were to look at the perspective as like okay, we're advertising for an art exhibit, right? This would actually be a great example of that.
find nonetheless.
紙一重のなんとやらをご覧ください。ピカソ版画回顧展ラフォーレ原宿だよ。
Wait a second. Tom. Wait a second. This goes back to last week. Remember when we were covering the insane train autists? Do you remember that, Zesters? Do you remember that? Well. There's some overlap here.
In 1979, Britt Allcroft acquired the rights to produce episodes based on the Railway series for television.
The Railway series. Okay, let me do a little cross-referencing with that. Wilbert Ver Audrey. Okay. Wilbert Ver Audrey. British vicar and author from 1911 to 1997. English American. Okay, he was a priest, English Anglican priest, railway enthusiast. Okay. No need to worry about him being part of the chosen tribe. He was a priest. Jinx, you owe me a Coke.
Railway series was a series of books about railways of the fictional island of Sodor. She spent over 2 years meeting animators and watching test reels, deciding on what type of animation would be used for the series: classical, stop motion, clay, or CGI. After meeting David Mitten, it was decided that live action model animation would be used. The pilot episode was based on the
Gee, no wonder why this show is so iconic. This is something I would show my kids because it's pretty old, and also this is the kind of stuff I grew up on with too.
railway series story.
I always knew the creator was an Anglo-Saxon. He was so Anglican, you know. That's a denomination, quote unquote, of Christianity. But still, it's nice knowing that the creator of Thomas the Tank Engine was a priest. So, okay. Even though he wasn't Orthodox, hey, I'm still happy that the original intent of the series was not for satanic propaganda.
Down the mine and differed from the finalized aired adaptation of the episode. Britt Allcroft mortgaged her house to fund this episode's production. The pilot only took 3 weeks to film between March and April 19.
Huh? Dang! This chick mortgaged her whole house to fund this. That's actually kind of cool. Not gonna lie.
1983, after this
I'm not gonna lie. Back in the old days, right? People used to wager a lot more on the success of something, right? Compared to now. Because now it's like, you know, there's a bunch of focus testing groups and, you know, just see how the internet reacts to it. And that's another reason why things are a lot, they have a lot less sold than they did. Really, the only exception I could think of to, mainline television is, Smiling Friends. Let's see, Okairo says, and few people know George Carlin was a voice actor in the show. He was? You gotta be freaking kidding me, Okairo!
series was greenlit by ITV. The story was later refilmed as the 25th episode of the first series. The pilot was never publicly released, only appearing in test screenings. After the Down the Mine pilot was test screened in 1983, it was later handed to Rick Sigelkow in the late 1980s. He showed it to his wife and a preschool, with the results being positive. It is believed that Rick Sigelkow is no longer in possession of the pilot, as he says he turned in all of his Thomas the Tank Engine master tapes to Mattel. In April of 2024.
Mattel. Oy vey, I wonder who runs Mattel.
A still image from the pilot.
Fun fact, the person who made Barbie is Jewish. Let's see, Rexa says, for some odd reason, my brother doesn't like Thomas because he hates ruminating with nostalgia. I watch it because I pretty much still have the inner child in me. Hey, that's awesome. The older Thomas the Tank Engine stuff, great stuff to watch, even as an adult. I've said this last stream. It's still true to this day. It's really good stuff. Akairo says, if I recall correctly, he was the narrator, or the really grumpy train engine. All right, I wouldn't know.
It was shared with the public by Lost Media user Sewer Reviewer, who had obtained it from an anonymous person alongside a video analyzing the image. Finally, on May 8th, 2025, it was announced by the news site The Reading Chronicle that the pilot episode was uncovered and digitized and will be released the following day on YouTube to commemorate the 80th anniversary of the franchise. Today, the recovered version of the
80th anniversary. Hold on, I gotta see when Thomas the Tank Engine, the first book was written. I have to see this. Okay, it was written in 1940 in the 1940s, 1946. The first book in the series, The Three Railway Engines, was published in 1945, but Thomas did not appear in it. He made his debut in the 1946 book. Wowza Canowza. That's actually really interesting. I swear, even when it comes to like baby shows or whatnot, right? The origins of the creation of it is still really interesting.
The pilot is posted on the Thomas and Friends YouTube channel. This is the only entry in this video that I would consider partially found.
Let's see. Not many shows can say they existed and continue to run or even print for 80 years. That's true, Cairo. There's a bit of me that says 1947, 1946, close. Yep.
Since some of the
It
clips
was 1945.
from the original pilot were too damaged to be
Or
used
was it
and were replaced from
1946?
clips
Nah,
of
you
the
know.
actual show. However, this is still a W because it is likely the closest we will ever get to the actual pilot, and it's pretty much just a remastered version. So even though this is considered partially found, I think this is still a fantastic find. Anyways, let me know what you guys thought about the
I think this is a find. It's the original pilot, but it was just like upscaled or whatnot. But I'll be right back, and I'm gonna grab me another drink. Okie dokie, I am back. Alrighty, I am just gonna see how many notifications I've got. Oh wow, seems like people have liked my Uncle Ruckus is my spirit animal post. That's funny. Not many shows can say they've existed and continue to run or even print for 80 years. That is true, Okaira. That is very true. I'm just gonna boost my Xstream over to where we are right now. Okay. So now we're gonna go over some truly incredible stuff that was found. And this is the third edition of this series from L Supersonic Q. So let's get started. Zesters.
Here we are again. Another few months have passed, another found media video. I have probably said this before, but I like doing these every few months to catch up on what's been found, even the stuff I wasn't following super closely. It's an interesting way to stay updated and in the know about current interests.
Huh?
And overlap from other communities too. Not to mention, if you happen to be sleeping on a certain search, you might be surprised to hear, oh, that's been found now? There's a pretty good mix of topics from different categories as well. So with that said,
let's see, my cat just jumped onto my desk, moved my mouse and keyboard. Your cat is being an absolute creature.
let's start with the first topic.
Subtitles, okay, I have been drinking if I press the C button on my keyboard.
This is a big one, and one that I had actually talked about before in a video many years ago, but it was almost entirely lost 4 decades before that. It became a highly desired piece of content from the anime and animation fans.
Wait, really? Fist of the North Star? Like, the original movie?
For this elusiveness, and I kinda thought it would never get found, given the circumstances.
Wow!
But then, just as has happened many times before, it more or less just showed up when no one was expecting. This topic is the uncut version of the Fist of the North Star movie, which had been up when no one was expecting. This topic is the uncut version of the Fist of the North Star movie.
Yo! Yo! We get to watch it with all the freaking gore and stuff! Wow! Okay, that's awesome!
Been missing ever since its
omae wa mou shinderu! Nani? Awesome!
theatrical release. The series takes place in a post-apocalyptic world, and a large portion of its content involves intense.
Did you guys know there's going to be a new version of Fist of the North Star that's being made? It's a CG anime. It didn't look very good at first. I have a feeling it might look a little better now from its trailer, but I'm going to be cautiously optimistic about it because CG anime has made some like serious leaps and bounds. But I do think if they wanted to make a CG Fist of the North Star, they should have contacted a studio, Zaningen or Studio Orange. That's just me. Yeah, it is gonna be CG, but who knows? I'm gonna be cautiously optimistic for it.
Martial arts battles. The manga series is rather known for its heavy violence and gore, which was adapted into the movie that was released.
Yeah!
Already, Toei Animation had issues with keeping the anime appropriate for TV, but once that movie released, it seemed to cross a line, as complaints reached the Diet of Japan, who asked Toei to edit the film. This is where the censored version came into existence, as the gore was made.
I don't know why, in terms of the gore being animated. Well, I don't know why they wouldn't have a problem with the gore, like, in the manga in the first place. Oh, then again, the Japanese ain't exactly white men, so logic sometimes absolutely evades them.
Less visible, and was not as clear on the screen as it was
they should release a series of games.
Originally animated. This edit is also the version that was released on home media, and nobody had seen the original product since its theater version. Nobody even knew if Toei still had the masters or lost them, as they've never commented about it publicly. So over the years, as interest in the anime gained popularity, fans became aware of this uncensored version and found small pieces of it that have been saved. I've never watched the movie myself, but apparently there's still a lot of blood that remained even in the edited version, though some.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna be watching that later tonight if I can find it. All that needs all that needs for me to be known is that, well, the gore is still intact. Which tells me the glorious white man decided to make the gore in this movie very much known. Toei doesn't say shoot on a good day, let alone any other day. Oh, Cairo, I'm trying not to swear here tonight. Well. If I could get proper muscle tone and slim up, I could actually attend a con as Kensher. Jeez, Dusty, wowza kanowza. Okay, big dreams. I pray for your big dreams. Let's see. Oh, okay. What's happening with Celeste? Oh, Celeste, you're watching Veggie Tales? Come on, you're an Orthodox Christian now. You should move beyond that. I guess that's something I could DM her about.
Some international VHS tapes have more of the gory content than even what was released onto home media.
Well, I do like gore myself. Uncle Ruckus, no relation.
Media in Japan. And then there was a trailer for the film that was uploaded online, which contains an edited scene fully intact. But people still wanted the full uncensored experience. And that was the
Well, no shoot. Everybody wants to watch Fist of the Nose Hair uncensored.
Holy Grail. Back in 2015, the first rumors of the uncensored version made the rounds online, as a Baltimore theater claimed to have been.
Wait, that's in my state. That's in my freaking state. Scurvy's in Maryland, despite all the Florida stuff. Scurvy's in Maryland, and the fact that this was in my state? Wow, it's like I should have been there.
In possession of an unaltered print that was used as a master. But to this day,
Yo!
And nobody
Mother Zester?
Aside from that, and a list of censored content that has been compiled from fans, there were some film reels that showed up at auction over the past few years. But it seemed like there was always a problem with these auctions.
Oh, wait a second. Death and Rebirth was there? No, I'm not in that part of Maryland or Cairo. But man, Death and Rebirth and End of Evangelion back to back would have been so cool. That would have been so cool. Oh, wowza kanowza.
Auctions. Their legitimacy was questioned. Not to mention the price tags were very high.
Wowza kanowza. I tell you what. Because I'm in Maryland, I would assume that the original version of Fist of the North Star, not the censored one, was actually at that theater because of the Civil War.
Which in itself would have been a hurdle, but taking an expensive gamble on an item that might not have even been the right cut was something no one wanted to do. I've even heard that the two separate auctions were actually for the same reel that had passed hands over the years, so none of this was really feasible and it was a little confusing to say the least. It would have been ideal if someone who just already had a print would be willing to share it, or at least can confirm the content on the reels before selling it to someone in the community. And well,
I'm gonna go crank up my adjacent dumbbell and try to hammer. Well, if you're yeah, you gotta make that 80. You gotta make that.
Well, while it took another decade for that to happen, after those first reports of the Baltimore copy, in July 2025, we would finally see what it was Toei had to censor, as an anime restoration group called Kaneko Video released uncensored scenes online for free. Though it's not really the complete uncensored experience some people were expecting. On the Internet Archive page for the uploads, they state a lot of insightful information about the origin of this reel.
Okay! Now that it's on Internet Archive, somebody can just record it and then re-upload it for it later. I'm probably gonna watch it later too. That's awesome.
That these scenes specifically were discovered to be attached to a 35mm print of the rest of the film.
Hold me to that promise, by the way.
The film reel itself is actually the censored version, but shows signs of splicing right where the uncensored scenes begin and end.
Come on!
This suggests that Toei physically cut the uncensored portions out of the reel at the theaters. That's why the cuts on this reel seem so sloppy, and it's speculated that the controversy came in while the movie was still running in theaters.
Heck yeah.
Which
I
means
wish.
we'll probably never see an actual untouched copy of this film. Still, this is as close as we've ever been able to get, and it's still an amazing find.
I
The next topic
see.
is one that I had heard about in passing over the years, but never fully understood what it was supposed to be. So when I heard the topic got found, well, partially found, it got me to look into it further and learn what it really is.
What?
Unlike the usual areas where
Oh, come on! That's such a total shift. I wanted to see the uncensored version. Come on, Toei! Stop being a B word about it.
lost media comes from that we talk about on the channel, this one comes to us from the movie theater. Again. And when you think about it, this is actually a really common place for content to go missing. Whether it's extra content that was only shown with a theatrical release,
Doesn't surprise me.
or even those games and promos that air before the previews. Very few people, if anyone, really saves this stuff. And for 7 years, nobody had this theatrical lost media from the first release of The Incredibles 2 film, a special
What?
segment that aired before the movie itself. According to the Lost Media Wiki article, this short showed some of the film's crew on camera, apologizing for how long it took to get the sequel made. Both movies released
What
almost
the-
15 years apart, and they said that the wait would be worth it. This became known as The Incredibles 2 Cast Apology. The vagueness of the title and coming from a movie I never saw was probably why I had always looked over it. But after
I
doing some
see.
research, I can clearly see why this intro in particular is so popular. It's something that many, many, many people remember from when
Yeah, I agree, Dusty. Toei needs to stop being a bunch of B words.
they were younger, and had tried to find online over the years, but came up empty-handed. I can definitely relate to having a memory of something from childhood that I just cannot find, and the fact that so many other people remember this makes it much more desirable to them. It's a shared memory. Unsurprisingly, this apology was not included on any home media release or any streaming service release. And after consulting the Lost Media Wiki forums, apparently a lot of movies have lost intro sequences like this too. I remember seeing something similar for the Sonic 2 movie, thanking the viewers for seeing it in the theater. But no matter, I can see why it didn't get saved. It was just a little extra for theater goers who saw the premiere. So then the question is,
If that's the case, what makes this different than the Sonic 2 premiere? I mean, it's not like you were gonna get an extra thank you from Kirk Thornton, you know, the voice of Shadow in the games or whatnot. But even then, it would have been pretty easy to find because all you have to do is ask Kirk Thornton on Twitter. I wish I had a bit of a better reputation in regards to that, but I still am quite a big fan of English voice actors, so there's that.
how are we supposed to find a 30-second intro piece that had a limited run and nobody was expecting to be there? There's only one way: theater bootlegs. It's very likely that someone either filmed the whole movie from start to finish, or had clips of this intro somewhere online, and we just had to find the fan that did. Early 2024 was when this thread started, and it seems like the majority of its searching and discussion took place throughout the year. But discussion
Yeah, you could say Cloud Baby Scurvy, like, stop being a baby, Toei. Yeah, unlike the Japanese, I'd be like, hey, you better show the full thing of Fist of the North Star uncensored, you know, with me smacking my fist in my hand. And you know how the Japanese are, they're rather skinny people. So, oh no, Scurvy. Oh, we'll comply. We'll comply with your demand.
died down by the end of the year. At
That's
that
what
point,
would
only
happen.
one video had been found from the premiere at the El Capitan Theater, but the recording stopped right before the actual apology. The comments even point out how this was almost found media, but this is exactly on the right track. And in August 2025, a copy was
Wow.
sourced this way.
Wow,
well,
wow.
nearly. User Angie Dolls had been doing some research of their own after having remembered the apology themselves, and found a theater recording from the premiere on another channel. This user also had a review of the movie on their channel, posted around the same time as that premiere video, and in it included a full audio copy of the apology. We could finally hear it, but not see it, as unfortunately this is not accompanied by any of the visuals. I'm wondering why this video contains the audio but no visuals, as you'd think both would have been recorded.
I wonder why
Nobody asks
too.
about that in the comments section, and it's not explained anywhere. So maybe this audio actually came from a different source, and this user just used it in their video. If anyone has an answer about that, I'd like to know what it is. But clearly, we do still have some more searching to do to get this topic completely found.
Okay.
This wouldn't be the first time I've talked about Chuck E. Cheese or Showbiz Pizza lost media, and I've always said that I wanted.
Yo, I remember going to Chuck E. Cheese when I was a kid. That thing was the bomb when I was a kid, but these days, I know there's one nearby me, but I don't think it has the kind of same specialty as it did when I was a kid.
To cover more of those topics in the future. The only problem is there aren't a whole lot of large topics to cover, and even of those, they're nearly impossible to locate. But I think this topic definitely passes as both a larger, more notable piece, and ended up being found in an unexpected way. Though I think this might have technically been found last year.
It was found?
This year, and I didn't talk about it before, so I'm going to now.
Toledo, to Fred Fazbear, I'm getting pretty drunk, aren't I?
So back in the day, Showbiz Pizza had a promotion that you might have heard about before. It's quite famous within the community. It was held at participating locations in March 1983, and it was called Crazy Colander Head Night. This promotion encouraged customers to decorate a colander, wear it on their heads into the restaurant, and participate in events. This ranged from being indoctrinated into the colander group, winning prizes, and decoration contests. Not only that, but the animatronic characters actually had original show tapes that were made for this event, both discussing the upcoming promotion and then talking about the colanders on the nights themselves. What this ended up being was one of the biggest revenue months of all time for corporate. So given how popular the promotion was, it goes without saying that the company wanted to make a sequel for this to gain even more attention and customers. What did they come up with? Well, that was an event called Junk Day. Ever heard of this one before? Probably not, because its planned implementation never really happened. Contrary to Colander Night, where fans wore funny headpieces, Junk Day's premise was for people to bring in junk or discarded items that would be used to decorate the wall areas in a sort of abstract way. But according to rumors,
I can't see why this couldn't have happened. I mean, just look at this pile right here. Like, seriously. How the heck could you, like, decorate any of this? It's, like, impossible. In a coherent way. I mean, you could just throw things around in the room, but that doesn't mean that it would have looked good and aesthetically pleasing.
This went horribly wrong, as people were bringing in actual garbage that posed health hazards and could not be used. It got so bad that allegedly, Junk Day was abruptly canceled and the promotion
gee, I wonder why.
But the lost media in this case comes in the form of those show tapes that the animatronics would have used for the event. Did any of those exist that promoted the event? Well, over the years, small pieces of their existence had been uncovered, like a listing for 2 separate junk skits within the Rockefeller Explosions tape library, as well as photos from Creative Engineering's physical location that showed reels for junk skits. Aaron Fector even mentions them directly in a tour video, proving without a doubt they exist.
Pizza time.
How would these actually be unearthed? Would they simply be uploaded in an official capacity someday, or would a fan end up acquiring copies of them? Well, in the summer of 2024...
Wait a second. Sorry. There are fans of Chuck E. Cheese out there who are beyond the age of 10. You gotta be kidding me, man.
It was the latter, but not in the way you'd expect. Apparently, at the location of an old arcade that was in disarray, and I mean like it was in really bad shape. A collection of show tape audio and videos were discovered among the ruins, and hidden in the group was a reel labeled junk skits. Well, kinda. At first it was believed the junk tapes might not have actually been on these, as the labels for them were crossed out. And given how quickly the promotion ended, that wouldn't have surprised anyone. Not only that, but these had been sitting around for years, and looked like they were in really rough shape. If you told me an urban legend of Showbiz Pizza would show up undisturbed for years or decades in an eerie building beyond repair, I'd say take your made-up story to the Creepypasta wiki. But to everyone's surprise, this was the real deal, and they were digitized and uploaded online. What was once only a rumor had now been recovered.
Yo, what the heck?
This video by ShowbizPizza.com has the full tapes uploaded, and does a really good job highlighting the whole history and search. Though it does pose another mystery at the end, which is, to this day, we still don't know if the junk tapes or the event itself were ever used at any locations. There have been no internal memos, press articles, or evidence that suggest the event ever took place, so the whole part about customers bringing in hazardous garbage could be an urban legend. The only clues that suggest it possibly could have happened at any locations comes from a Halloween commercial where hubcaps can be seen spotted on a wall, a sort of junky item, and then a photo taken from the Fort Worth, Texas location.
Wait.
A wall. A sort of junky item, and then a photo
Look at this. I remember seeing this as like memes or whatnot. I mean, seriously, look at this. Look at this.
taken from the Fort Worth, Texas location, where random items can be seen plastered on a back wall. That definitely seems like junk to me. This was taken before 1985 and was close to the corporate offices.
My goodness, just like, look at this.
So it's believed the event might have been test marketed and then scrapped after its supposed failure. But more information about its release and implementation in stores would definitely help solve the other questions about it. After a decade of me talking about lost media here on my channel, I'm finally covering a topic from the Muppets. I remember for years and years I would get requests to talk about the many different areas of lost Muppet content, but I just never really made my way into that community. It's not that I disliked the Muppets, I just wasn't really a big fan of the series, so I was sort of impartial to their
Huh? I love the Muppets.
content. However, today we'll discuss a really interesting piece of Muppets Found Media from one of the many different canceled TV adaptations the series has attempted. This one in particular is from 2000 and is titled The Muppets Present, the working title for a new show. The project was officially announced in a press release in 2001 and was in development for Fox, with a planned 2002 release date. Its premise was to be sort of a reboot to the series, as it would feature new characters alongside the classic ones, and reiterate that it's not simply a remake of the original show. However, no further details about this project would ever resurface before its quiet cancellation. Despite its surprising lack of details, fans had speculated that a pitch video for the show did exist, and indeed it did.
I wouldn't be surprised if it did.
In August 2025, YouTube user Abagel uploaded that series' 4-minute pitch, which was sent by Chris Stultz, a blogger and YouTuber himself. I was kinda curious about what the pitch was all about, as this would have only been intended for use internally with executives. So I gave it a watch, and oh my god was it unhinged. It features Kermit and Pepe pitching the concept of the show, of which Kermit states will be wholesome and family friendly, whereas Pepe
Hold on, let me do some research here. Okay, so Jim Henson, 1936 to 1990. Let's see. Cause of death. Toxic shock syndrome caused by severe bacterial infection with streptococcus pyogenes. Okay.
Pepe constantly interrupts with his own ideas. He tricks Kermit into saying ass on more than one occasion, then claims
I'm trying not to swear tonight, El Supersonic Q.
that they'll have guest stars be naked because it's very European, followed by clips
That's funny.
of female guests with censor bars over their clothed bodies. And then when they get to this guy, Pepe jokes that he doesn't want to see that, and the screen changes. Finally, he makes a possibly derogatory joke at the expense of someone's last name. This dialogue is something I would have just never expected to hear from the Muppets, even in an internal pitch. Kermit insists the show is going to be family friendly, so I don't think the actual show would have been as in your face as this. But there is a script for an actual episode that was posted online, which includes a rap battle between Eminem and Sam the Eagle.
Yes, I'm sure, Eminem. Many parents feel that the moral decay of America's youth is because of you and your music. I could not agree more. Your thoughts? Yo, Bird, I don't roll like that no more. I'm here to flip the script. Check it.
And a blind date segment between Fozzie Bear and a blonde girl named Jenna, who can be seen in a hot tub wearing a bikini. The joke here is that Jenna is trying to be seductive, whereas Fozzie is being oblivious. The writer even stated the series was intended to be edgier and contain more pop culture references, which definitely comes through in just these two scenes. But it's so wild hearing this stuff come out of a puppet's mouth, especially a Jim Henson puppet. I don't think anything else really came out of this pitch from what I found online. Though before the planned premiere, Kermit apparently appeared on The Daily Show in 2001 to promote the upcoming program, and claimed it was coming soon, even though it never did. Nobody knows for sure why this was cancelled,
I
but I think it
see.
was just one of those things that fell apart. Speculation says that the previous failed project, Muppets Tonight, might have played a role in this series cancellation. And then following this iteration, years
see.
later, an entirely new attempt was created in the form of the Muppets 2007 pilot, which is still lost media. Let's conclude the video with a SpongeBob topic, one that I
Okay.
had actually never heard about before. This one is pretty similar to the Incredibles cast apology as well, because this topic is also one that was never really supposed to be saved, and was more or less just made to be entertaining. It even crosses over into Lost theme park territory, given that it was made for a physical attraction, though nobody who attended this back then would have ever thought about recording it. Well, most people. This topic takes us to 2003, around the time the series was still at an early point in time, but was without a doubt very popular.
Yo, what
If you had
what
visited
the
Mall of
F?
America or Kings Island back then, you could have rode the SpongeBob 4D ride, also
Wait a second. Let me see. Let me see where this is. Oh my goodness. It's around Ohio. What do you know?
called The Ride and 3D Ride. This was an immersive attraction that took audiences along with SpongeBob as he attempted to recover a lost pickle
How the hell did I experience this?
in order to complete his Krabby Patty. The ride itself has been very well documented online, which can give you an idea of what it was like. But something that didn't find its way online was the pre-show that played during the line queue. It's common for rides to have little
Huh? I'm sorry, what? Woo! Oh my goodness.
clips or props around to keep the guests entertained as they wait. And for this one, a SpongeBob
Does that really matter? I have to ask. Does that really matter?
sequence played on TVs. The earliest thread that discussed this in the lost media community was made all the way back in 2022, and described the scene as SpongeBob waiting in line himself, before turning to the audience and introducing who he was, followed by clips from the cartoon that played afterward.
Spinge Bill!
But given the popularity of SpongeBob, and the fact that this ride was so widely available in the US, it's not surprising to hear that some pictures and clips had shown up over the years, but most were in low quality, and the whole pre-show video was not saved.
I'll be right back, then we'll finish this video. I am back.
Not to mention, the ride is now defunct. At least I think it is. There are some lists that make it seem like a couple are still around, but I think they're actually outdated, so none are in operation. Though even if the ride was still operational, who knows if the Q video would still be running with it. If someone could have just gone to a location and recorded this
that does not surprise me, if I'm being honest.
in the modern day, I'm sure they would have by now. So this means, once again, we're dependent on fan recordings that someone would have from that long ago, on top of the fact that they would also have to know it's lost media in the first place. Well, spreading awareness is a powerful tool, because in July 2025, the Lost Media Busters made a post talking about the topic, when user GreenThing CTR replied stating they had the entire video, from back when a recording had been posted on YouTube at one point in time. Without any hesitation, the video resurfaced the next day and was uploaded to YouTube again, where it can
It does not surprise me that would happen.
currently be viewed. The video isn't pretty low quality, as should be expected, but it's very fun to watch and is 8 minutes in length. That's a really long time for someone to have stood there and recorded, but it's a great find.
Honestly, that is pretty crazy. But still, I'm honestly happy that this happened.
And one that definitely could have stayed lost for a lot longer if this had not been saved or recorded at all. It's the only known copy of it in existence, and had this user not downloaded it back in the day, I don't know how you'd find the original copy, especially if the channel that posted it is long gone.
Honestly, the people who decide to download this stuff from YouTube, it's just like, well, what did you know? I'm glad that this has been preserved. Because now, in today's internet technology, well, wouldn't you know? It's been preserved. And, I mean, who knows? If somebody were to be as drunk as I am right now, who knows what would happen?
And that's it. Those are some of my favorites from the past couple months. How do you think 2024?
I see. Not gonna let's see. This was from like 2 months ago, October. It's December now. Honestly, a lot of these stuff from a lot of the stuff from when the search was conducted to now, I'm really happy with how it turned out. But let's see. I will be right back. And then we'll get to our final segment of the video. Okay, I am ready to go to the next segment. So, let's go. Let's go right now.
Wayside School. Wayside School is a series of children's books written by Louis Thatcher.
Yo, I remember Wayside. Good stuff. Good stuff.
The popularity of the books led to many adaptations, including a 2005 TV movie that spun off into an animated series.
Yo, I remember the spin-off series. I remember the spin-off series. I did not know there was a movie before then, but that's awesome though. That's awesome. I loved this show as a kid.
Simply named Wayside. However, 20 years before the animated series, a live-action adaptation aired on ABC, which has since become Lost Media.
Yo, there was a live-action version of Wayside, like in terms of live action. That's awesome. I would love to have seen that. Again, big fan of the books.
Various references confirm the existence of the special, the most notable being a tweet by J. Smith Cameron.
Oh my gosh, I did think a trippy pilot with him. I did think a trippy pilot with him when I was younger. It was a wacky adaptation of the Wayside School. It was, is that right? At P. Joe Shalan. Wasn't Orson Bean the businessman who could never graduate Wayside and was still in Miss Butterworth's class? Hashtag Tommy Shalame.
In the tweet, she shares 3 images from the special, showing a businessman stuck in Miss Butterworth's class. Later, a YouTube upload from 2014 was discovered, containing a 4-minute clip from the special.
Yo!
This is all we have of this special.
My goodness!
Bonkers. Bonkers was a short-lived animated series that aired as a part of the Disney afternoon lineup. The show originally aired from 1993 to 1994, with reruns on Toon Disney continuing into the 2000s. Following the original broadcast, 2 episodes of the series were banned: New Partners on the Block and Fall Apart Bomb Squad.
Wait a second, Jorge. How were you able to find that? I have to ask. How were you able to find that?
Both episodes featured bomb-related terrorist villains, including
I
one where a
see.
villain is presumed dead after an explosion destroyed.
Let me guess. It was around the time of 9/11? That's just my guess.
The building. After the 1995 Oklahoma City bombings, the episodes were pulled from reruns. While New Partners on the Block was found in 2010, Fall Apart Bomb Squad remained missing for several more years.
I
It wasn't
see.
until the entire series was released on Disney Plus that both episodes became available again.
Oh, I mean, hey, that's nice. That's nice. Just make sure you have access to both of those episodes.
Curiosity Shop. Curiosity Shop is an American children's educational television program produced by ABC. It featured 3 children who made weekly visits to a shop filled with puppets and gadgets, where they learned about science, nature, and history. The show
Not gonna lie, this looks kind of creepy.
aired from 1971 to 1972, with each episode running for about an hour. Today, only scattered clips of the show survived, along with its intro. A fan page for the series exists on Facebook, where users upload surviving footage. But most of the series remain unaccounted.
That's pretty cool. If there's a dedicated community to like find footage of this show and upload it to their personal Facebook page, hey, that's pretty cool.
For Cartoon Critters. Between 1996 and 1999, a British puppet show aired on the BBC as part of its CBBC block. The show, Cartoon Critters, featured 2 anthropomorphic dog hosts named Dog's Body and Fleur Pompidou. Each episode aimed to teach viewers about animal behavior in the real world, using a mix of real-life documentary footage and classic cartoons, such as Tom and Jerry and Looney Tunes. Despite airing for several years, many episodes have been lost. To date, only 7 episodes have been uploaded. 2 from Series 2, and 5
Nani?
from Series 4. The only footage from Series 1 consists of re-clips from a CBBC promo, and no known footage exists from Series 3. Additionally, all cartoon segments in the available episodes have been edited out due to copyright restrictions.
The elements! Answer to me!
Corey's Learning Corner.
Well, I mean, this ain't no jailer from World of Warcraft situation, ain't it? If there's anybody from the Warcraft lore community watching this, no, this ain't part of no Warcraft lore history.
Another educational children's show that is mostly lost is Corey's Learning Corner, a series of 1-minute
What the hell is that?
What the hell is this?
segments that aired on select stations throughout American public television.
I did not break my my rule.
And PBS. These episodes primarily aired between main programs throughout the late 1990s and early 2000s. The show
What
featured
is
Corey the
this?
Clown,
This is
portrayed by Corey
creepy.
Riddick, discussing topics such as
This is really creepy. I'm looking at it right now, and as drunk as F as I am right now, it's just like, oh my goodness, this is really creepy.
science, travel, animals, cooking, and safety. Some episodes even featured celebrity guests,
Yidget!
such as Betty White and Aaron Nival. Of the 26 episodes documented on the official websites, only 4 have been recovered.
No, Okairo, do you? I'd have to tell you what my sleep demon is. This is not my sleep demon.
Drake and Josh. Drake and Josh is an American teen sitcom created by the infamous Dan Schneider. When the series was
Dan effing Schneider. This ain't this ain't an effing game. B word.
released on streaming and VOD platforms, such as Paramount Plus and iTunes, various episodes from Season 1 and 2 were either excluded or edited because of rights issues.
Gee, I wonder
Season
why.
1 was recorded in 4:3 full screen, whereas Seasons 2 to 4 were filmed in 16:9 widescreen.
I wonder why.
However, episodes aired on Nickelodeon and released digitally or on home video were presented in 4:3. Later reruns on Nickelodeon featured some episodes in 16:9. While most of the series is available online via streaming, some episodes is a widescreen version.
Huh? Are you for real? Wait. Wait. The Treehouse episode? No. No. The Treehouse episode cannot possibly be lost. No effing way. The Treehouse episode, out of all of them, how could they have been lost? Especially with, like, Drake? Where's the cell phone? There's no the power saw. Woo! Damien, what's up? Why did you cap send me? Well, because Damien, I wanted you to watch this. This is really funny. It's like I'm drunk, but I'm not swearing. So there's that.
Still remain missing.
Like again, the Treehouse episode. Well, where's the power saw? Let me explain this to Damien real quick.
Hot Dog TV. If you ever watched the show Stuffed and Unstrung,
I've never watched this in my lifetime.
you might recognize these hot dog puppets. In 2010, they starred in their own series called Hot Dog TV, a collection of 1-minute interstitials that aired on Cartoon Network. Approximately 12 episodes were produced. Since the original broadcast, the show has neither been rerun nor released in any formats. Only a few clips survive, with one partial episode available on YouTube.
What the
Wacky
heck
World
is
of Tex
this?
Avery. The Wacky World of Tex Avery is an American animated series created as a homage to Tex Avery, known for his
Well, that show is a dishonor to Tex Avery.
work on Warner Bros., MGM, and Walter Lantz Productions. The series first aired on the French channel M6 in September 1997 and debuted in US syndication later that same month. Critics have described the show as an insult to Avery, arguing that it lacked his signature grace
Yeah, I agree.
and expertise. A total of 65 episodes were produced, and while most of these episodes are available online through streaming platforms, the final 13 episodes are not. According to Platypus Comics, episodes 53 to 65 aired after the syndication run had concluded. Although these episodes are available in German, no English versions have been found.
Hey Damien, Afrikaans is based off German, so maybe you might be able to translate that for the Lost Media Wiki.
Another piece of lost media is a segment titled Fly Like a Beagle. This segment is noteworthy because the reason for it becoming lost media was the result of the segment being pulled. While it wasn't known why the segment was banned, it was later confirmed by the show's producer, Robbie London, that it was because of 9/11. And after the segment was found in 2024,
Really?
it's pretty clear why.
Gee, I wonder why. Dutch, not German, I think. I mean, Afrikaans, it's based off Dutch, right? If I'm correct here. Out of all the languages in the world, right? German should be pretty easy for an Afrikaans person to learn.
Hammerman. Hammerman is a short-lived animated series
MC Hammer.
produced by Deke Entertainment. Starring rapper MC Hammer, the show aired on ABC in the fall of 1991. Hosted by the real MC Hammer, the series followed Stanley Burrell, a youth center worker who owned a pair of magical dancing shoes that transforms him into the superhero Hammerman. A total
Mother
of 13
effer.
episodes were produced. However, only the first 3 episodes were released on VHS in North America. 2 episodes were found via old ABC TV recordings, and 5 episodes were found on an obscure Polish VHS release.
Damien or anyone else from South Africa, I'm not sure if you guys know Polish.
However, this VHS features a Polish voiceover throughout each episode. As for the last 3 missing episodes,
I
due
knew
to Sting's
Cheeky
Real Friends
Freaky
musical and
Donkey.
Stanley's Big Break, no footage or screenshots are available at all. Big and Small. Big and
What?
Small is a children's
What is
television series
this?
for preschoolers that follows the lives of 2 best friends, Big and Small. The show aired a total of 78 episodes across 3 series. The series
Let me guess, Jim Henson?
has 2 English dubs, a UK dub that featured comedian Lenny Henry as both Big and Small, and a Canadian dub featuring Tal Doldersum as Big and Jason Hobley as Small. Various
I
episodes are
see.
missing between both dubs. Almost all of the UK dub is found, with only some scenes missing here and there. However, the Canadian dub is missing almost the entire 3rd series. Beyond
What?
television series, a live stage performance titled
What is this I'm looking at?
Big and Small Happy Together ran for 3 shows at the Richmond Hill Centre for the Performing Arts in Ontario, Canada in October 2011. However, the only evidence of these performances consists of a minute-long clip and 2 audience-taken photos.
Dutch, not German, I think. Gotcha, Cairo, gotcha.
Popeye. Popeye the Sailor is an American animated series of short films.
I am Popeye the Sailor Man. My feet are, let me see the versus battle wiki. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay, I have to see where Popeye lines on. Okay, Popeye the Sailor Man. My goodness. Okay, so when he eats spinach, he becomes a tier less than me. My goodness. My effing goodness.
based on the comic strip character of the same name. It was one of the most popular cartoons of the 1930s. However, due to the cultural and political attitudes of the time, some of the shorts include content that would be deemed unacceptable by today's
Gee, I wonder why. It probably had to do something with poverty.
standards. One such short, Pop Pie a la Mode, was released in January 1945 and has been criticized for its racist depictions of African Americans.
Racist, right.
In the episode, Popeye is shipwrecked on a tropical island inhabited by cannibals. The short has not been broadcast on television for decades, and is excluded from the streaming release of the collection.
Gee, I wonder why. I mean, hey, it's found.
However, it is included in the Blu-ray/DVD release, Popeye the Sailor, the 1940s Volume 1, by Warner Archive.
Gee, I wonder why.
The King Kong Show. The King Kong Show was a 1966 animated cartoon loosely based on the
This was
1953 film
like
King
a
Kong.
dog
The series
poop.
aired on ABC from 1966 to 1969, and was a collaboration between Videocraft, later known as Rake and Bass, and Toei
I
Animation.
see.
Each 30-minute episode
Of course, it's Toei, of course.
consists of 3 segments: a King Kong cartoon, a Tom of Thumb cartoon, and a second King Kong cartoon. 10 full
I
episodes have
wonder.
been released on 2 DVDs under the title King Kong the Animated Series. It's important to note that this is not the same as Kong the Animated Series. Each DVD contains 4 complete episodes, including the Tom of Thumb segments. Aside from 5 episodes found online, the remaining 15
King Kong's house, the giant
episodes of the
sloths,
series have yet to
Dr.
receive
Bone, the
an
desert
official
pirates,
release. Since
the sea surrounds us. Okay.
VCRs were not widely available during the original broadcast, it is unlikely that home recordings
I can see how this was made by Toei.
exist. Sam and Friends. Before Fraggle Rock, The Muppet Show, and even Sesame Street, there was Sam and Friends, the first TV show created by Jim Henson. Filmed
I
in Washington,
see.
D.C., the show aired twice daily on WRC TV and the
That's pretty close to where I'm at.
NBC affiliate in the
Washington,
area.
D.C.
It ran from 1955 to 1961 and featured Sam and his cast of wacky friends, including a beatnik hipster named Harry, a gluttonous purple monster named York, and this weird lizard-like creature named Kermit. Despite broadcasting more
Kermit the Frog here.
than 1,000 episodes over the span of 6 years, only 42 episodes are currently known to have been archived. And while rumors suggest that some episodes are stored in archives in Long Island, no evidence has surfaced to substantiate
Long
these claims.
Island. Not gonna lie, it would have made sense to archive those in Maryland, considering Jim Henson's history at the grad school that I currently attend at.
Power Rangers animated series. Around
Oh!
2007, rumors about an animated Disney XD pilot based on the live-action series Power Rangers began circulating.
Super Sentai, you mean?
On the Ranger Board forums, Ron Wasserman, who composed music for the first 6 seasons of the live-action series, mentioned that a friend of his was working on a 2-minute promo, which he described as looking amazing. A Power Rangers news site on Facebook also referenced the pilots, though the post appears to have been removed. The final piece of information about the pilots comes from Brandon Ragnar on DeviantArt, who claimed to have been hired by Disney to redesign the Rangers for a potential animated series. An image posted by Brandon Ragnar is the only
A redesigned, out of, let's see, Ranger Red, Blue, Green, Yellow, and Pink. Where is Ranger White? I wonder.
tangible evidence of the project, as Disney never officially
Give me a second, I'll be right back. I'm gonna play a different song here. Okay, let's get back to the video, alright?
Actually confirmed the pilot's existence. The New Adventures of Pinocchio. The New Adventures of Pinocchio is a 1961 syndicated stop-motion animated television series produced by Rankin Bass. A total of 135-minute segments were produced between 1960 and 1961. These segments were combined into 25-minute episodes, each consisting of 5 chapters. Despite sharing a name, the characters were intentionally designed to differ from Disney's 1940 version of Pinocchio. While some episodes of the series are available on YouTube, along with short compilations of select episodes being offered in DVD formats.
If you really think about it, right? The early versions of Pinocchio, because they were stop motion, they would be, legally speaking, different than the one that came out, right?
The majority of the episodes remain missing. Alma's Way. Set in the Bronx, New York, Alma's Way is an animated children's show created.
Never heard of this show before.
And executive produced by former Sesame Street actress Sonia Manzano. It follows Alma Rivera, a 60-year-old Puerto Rican girl, as she navigates her Latino neighborhood.
60-year-old? What?
Using critical thinking and observation to solve everyday problems. One episode, titled Snow Day in the Bronx / Say I Guess to the Dress, has never officially aired in the United States.
Really? If you were to ask me, I have a feeling there would have been some form of English version, especially of a show made in the modern day.
Despite appearing on select schedules and airing internationally. Fans speculate that this might be due to a scene where a boy named Lucas is shown wearing a dress.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. That there was some sort of FGOTY, you know.
Some suggest the conservative nature of certain PBS stations may have influenced the decision not.
I wonder why. They wouldn't want to see a boy in a dress because, if they were to see a boy in a dress, it would assume grooming victim, and rightfully so.
To air the episode. October 18th, 2024, the episode was...
Like, seriously, why is there a boy in a dress? It's so evil, the fact that there is a boy in a dress in the first place. It's so evil.
Made available on the PBS Kids video app, but was removed later that same day.
Gee, I wonder why.
Camp Nick. You may have heard of Scaredy Camp, an American television series that aired on Gas in 2002. This reality/game show featured teams competing to solve the mystery of a missing camper at a haunted summer camp. But did you know that 8 years prior, a precursor pilot episode titled Camp Nick was filmed at Nickelodeon Studios?
Camp Nick. Why does this not surprise me? Especially knowing all the things I know about the Jews. I wonder. And yes, I have been drinking quite a bit, but still, that does not prevent me from making astute observations.
The pilot is now considered lost media, with only 5 seconds of footage, without the original audio.
I wonder why it's lost. Couldn't have to do with the fact that, oy vey, if we were to record this, this would not look very good on us. Oy vey!
Being shown in a Nickelodeon 10-year anniversary compilation. Based on this limited footage, Camp Nick featured 2 teams, Red and Blue, competing in physical challenges at summer camp. While Camp Nick officially premiered in 2019, it's unknown if any elements from the 1994
2019 compared to 1994. Yeah, no. No. There's no way the original pilot of the show could have maintained into the casting of the 2019 version.
Or pilot were incorporated into the series. The Fuzzpaws. The Fuzzpaws are a group of 7 puppets that co-hosted the Treehouse programming block on YTV in the 1990s.
Huh.
After the block was cancelled in 1998,
Well, I do like puppets.
the Fuzzpaws received their own TV series and even a toy line. The series was cancelled in 1999 after airing for 2 seasons.
99. Wow, even in like 99, things are being canceled and lost. It's honestly freaking crazy.
While 26 episodes of the Fuzzpaws are known to exist, only 1 episode is currently available on YouTube.
Okay, 22.
Darkwing Duck. Between 19
Darkwing Duck! I've actually never seen this show when I was a kid, but I know about it.
1991 and 19
Let's see. Mutilated heads and puppets. Fire, says Okairo. I was not expecting you'd still be watching. I'm not gonna lie, I thought Damien Damore would comment that.
1992, the animated series Darkwing Duck aired on the Disney Afternoon and Saturday mornings on ABC. Hot Spells is the 86th episode of Darkwing Duck. While it aired on Halloween Day in 1992 on ABC, it was quickly pulled from circulation due to its satanic themes.
As an Orthodox Christian, right? Do you know what my thoughts on something like this would be? It's like if it's all about dealing with kicking the S out of the devil, I would let it air because I think the devil deserves to be humiliated. That's just me.
This is the only episode omitted from the show's digital release in the United States, though it remains.
Again, the devil is powerless against us in the chat. Because you want to know what you could do to the devil? You could punch him right in his effing face.
It's available for purchase in Germany. Peppa Pig. Peppa Pig is one of the longest running.
I'm Peppa Pig! Oh no, don't make me show you guys that, okay?
Animated preschool programs of all time. It airs in 180 territories and 40 languages, with over $1
It doesn't surprise me!
billion worth of merchandise sold worldwide.
I'm Peppa Pig! Oh no. No.
Before achieving worldwide popularity, Peppa Pig was first broadcast in the United States in 2005, with an
gee, I wonder why.
American dub on Cartoon Network's preschool block, Tickle You. However, since
That's long gone.
Tickle You lasted only a year and a half, the American dub was
Let's see, Okaira says, no, given how the devil acts and his personality, the worst thing you could do to the devil is treat him as if he doesn't exist. But honestly, so Okairo, let me explain to you like this. If you don't even acknowledge the devil as if he doesn't exist, you are already telling him that he is worthless to you. Like this is coming from the perspective of an Orthodox Christian. It's like he is worthless. The devil is worthless. And that's ultimately what he is. He is effing worthless. Because do you know why the devil is worthless? Because he should not be listened to.
lost along with the block.
Yeah, it should piss him off a lot. It should make him angry. The fact that people are not listening to him, that's a good thing. Even if it was something that it was like, oh, I was meant to influence these kids through these kids shows. It's like the fact that they don't influence like these kids, that's a good thing. That is a really good thing.
All US releases and airings of the show after 2007 used the original British dub, as the American version received poor ratings. While
I
images and
wonder
partial
why.
footage of some episodes exist, only 10 of the 52 American dub episodes have been found. Surprisingly, a handful of Peppa Pig episodes have been banned, usually for mundane reasons.
I wonder
Some notable
why.
episodes were Mr. Skinny Legs and Spiderweb, which were banned in Australia for teaching kids that spiders were harmless. The episode Granny Pig's Chickens is banned in the US because Grandpa Pig says the word stupid.
Wow, stupid is such a bad word, Zesters. Such a bad word. Let's see. Didn't you have to leave, Rexus? Says Okairo. Wait a second. Are you just here to make fun of me because I'm drunk, Rexus? I'm kidding. Stay.
The entirety of Peppa Pig is banned in China due to its characters being associated with lewd memes and online
Oh, doesn't surprise me. Knowing all the kinds of brain rot memes I've seen of that series.
gangster culture. F-Zero, GP Legend. Airing between
Yo!
October 2003 and September 2004, F-Zero GP Legend is a Japanese anime based on Nintendo's F-Zero video game franchise. The show was eventually dubbed into English by 4Kids Entertainment and premiered on the foxbox.
So most of the series exists in English, but don't expect the rest of it to exist in English. I will say, I do like the ending of it. It is really good. Legend, it is a very good series, especially if you listen to it in Japanese. Even for someone like myself who likes dubbed anime, don't expect the rest of this series to exist dubbed. It's impossible. It just is. But I will say there has been fan dubs of it that have also been really good. Let's see. Why should we fear the devil? In all depictions of the devil, he's a negotiator, a deal maker, a politician, basically. That's not scary, that's sad. Okairo, understand this for a second. That is really effing sad. At the same time, the devil, he also has equivalent knowledge about us that the Lord does, but the Lord knows a little bit more about us. The Lord also knows how we resist the devil's temptations. It's really cool if you ask me. And in regards to this series, it's like, maybe you should be, you should not be like, what's her name? Haruka, right? I think that's her name. The main female protagonist. You should be more like Rick Wheeler, the male protagonist. Be an alpha giga chad, and then you could save the main female lead from Satan's grasp.
Of the 51 episodes that aired in Japan.
But yeah, just ignore the voice of the devil in general. Your life will be far better if you do that.
Only 26 were produced for the English dub, ending with Japanese episode 35 and omitting several episodes, including one involving cross-dressing.
Oh, I remember that one. Okairo says, true, but I mean, if that's all he does, fear should not be vocabulary, contempt should. Okairo, I agree. At the same time, as a Christian, you should fear, you should fear what the devil can do to you, but at the same time, the fear to the Lord, should be more important to you than how you fear the devil. If you fear the devil, right, it's like, you should be prepared for all the kinds of BS that he's able to throw at you. But this is a rather big but, so to speak. He, like, the devil, he, like, he is ultimately powerless if you have true devotion to the Lord. That simple. True, but I just mean that's all he does. Fear should not be in the vocabulary. Contempt should absolutely in the context of the devil, but absolutely everybody should be fearing the Lord. There's a reason why you fear the Lord, because the Lord is all powerful. The devil, he presents an illusion of power, but he is not all powerful. The devil is rather weak at the end of the day. So again, fear the Lord, not the devil. The devil, Satan, Lucifer, whatever you'd like to call him, he is not somebody you should fear. He is rather effing weak. The Lord, on the other hand, is somebody who you should absolutely fear. He is all powerful. He is all great.
The dub scriptwriter, Michael Hagney, and an old 4Kids AMA on Reddit both confirmed that the dub was never fully completed.
Well, yeah, no S.
The 26 English dubbed episodes, only the first 15 were aired before the show was cancelled. The remaining 11 episodes have never surfaced.
At the time of this, some have. Funnily enough, some have.
Project Gilroy. In the mid-2000s, Project Gilroy was pitched to Cartoon Network. A pilot was produced throughout 2006 and screened at Cartoon Network Studios in August 2007. Unfortunately, the pilot was not greenlit, and the full series never entered production. The project was first teased to the public through blog posts by the creators in 2006 and 2000.
Hold on, let me research what the name Shannon means. Let's see. The name Shannon is of Irish origin. It originates from the Irish name Sionan, or Shannon. That's another way to say it. Which is associated with the goddess Siona, meaning possessor of wisdom or wise one. Okay, that's interesting.
2007. Despite the release of several promotional materials, not much is known about the premise or plots of Project Gilroy. And since the pilot was only shown once at Cartoon
let's see. Scurvy is also ignoring me. Have a hug, Scurvy. Don't worry, Dusty. I'm reading your comments.
Network Studios, it remains inaccessible and lost to the general public, with only images and promotional posters serving as evidence of its existence. Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends. Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends is an American animated series produced by Marvel Productions that aired from 1981 to 1983. Starring Spider-Man, Iceman, and an original character, Firestar, the trio battle various villains from the Marvel Universe. While the series is available for streaming, 2 episodes have sparked controversy. The 3rd episode, Sunfire, includes a warning on Disney Plus due to a racial...
Oh, come on! I swear. So many modern men and women are just, like, weak people. They can't handle any sort of discrepancy warnings. And the reason why I find that to be so problematic is the fact that it's just like, oh, come on. You're probably older than me. You should be able to handle things that make you uncomfortable.
Actually insensitive portrayal of Sunfire, who speaks English with a Japanese accent. Another episode...
Oh, hello!
The Quest of the Red Skull has been excluded entirely because of its depictions of Adolf Hitler.
Oh, gee, look at this in the background. So, fun fact, did you guys know that the swastika comes from an Orthodox Christian symbol? It's called the Gamadion. So the Gamadion, it has this design. But do you know what the 4 lines protruding from the cross are? It's of the gospel. It is of the gospel. So anytime somebody spreads wow, it's swastika online, it's like you're actually spreading Christian symbolism. Let's see. Rexus says, I hate trigger warnings. I hate trigger warnings. Oh, gotcha.
Hitler, the Nazi swastika, and this repeat.
Do you know what would happen if you were to switch the Nazi swastika just a little bit? It would be a Greek Orthodox Gamadion. I'm not breaking out in a song right now, a Cairo.
Repeated phrase.
I can't approve of that because, if you were to know anything about, Nazi Germany and Israel, Hitler is the reason why that state exists in the first place. Look up the Havara Agreement. Haavara. Havara.
The Smokey Bear Show. The Smokey Bear Show is an American-Japanese animated television series that aired on ABC's Saturday morning schedule. Produced by Rankin Bass, the show features Smokey Bear, the mascot of the United States Forest Service, best known for his 1947 slogan,
"Remember, only you can prevent forest fires."
The show aired for one season,
doesn't surprise me,
episodes, beginning in September 1969. After the show's run, copies of all 17 episodes were deposited at the Library of Congress. However, only 4 episodes from other sources have been made publicly available.
What the?
U2U. U2U was an interactive TV series that aired on Nickelodeon between 1994 and 1996.
What is this?
The show featured viewer-generated content in a magazine-style format, with various segments and multiple user submissions per episode. These segments range from video letters from pen pals, various segments
This guy's Jewish, I could tell. It takes one to know one.
and multiple user submissions per episode.
Let's see. Yes, adjusted 15 degrees and it becomes something else entirely. Dusty says, I don't know about that. I haven't heard of Smokey the Bear in the years, says Cairo.
These segments range from video letters from pen pals to Q&A sessions with celebrities. Around 20 episodes were produced in total, but only a few scattered episodes remain available on YouTube, with most of the series considered lost.
I see.
One episode
honestly does not surprise me.
of U2U stands out due to a Reddit post by user Mr. Falcon. In their post, they describe a short horror film created by a group of students, which featured them sitting around a campfire telling stories. While the existence of the horror short has been confirmed, no footage of it is currently known to exist. International Animation Festival. The International Animation Festival was a PBS anthology series that aired in April 1975, showcasing short animation pieces deemed worthy of recognition. Hosted by Gene Marsh, the show is very fondly remembered by those who watched it in the 70s. However, only one episode is known to survive in full, while the others are rumored to be archived at KQED San Francisco. A special titled The Grover Monster Gene Marsh Cartoon Special aired on PBS stations, featuring Grover from Sesame Street. The special highlighted a collection of the best animation from Sesame Street and the Electric Company. Rumor has it that one of the highlighted segments was the Once Lost Cracks, but this is unconfirmed. What is known is that the Grover Monster special remains completely lost, with the only evidence of its existence being promotional photos.
Doesn't surprise me.
Arwen. Disney's The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody was immensely popular. So popular, in fact, that executives thought to capitalize on its success with a spin-off. Due to Disney's standard limit policy, producing another season of the original show was not an option. In March 2007, a pilot for a spin-off was filmed under the title Arwen. The pilot episode, titled Housebroken, was about Arwen leaving the Tipton Hotel to move into a smart house with his sister to help raise her kids. So we
I'm sorry, I'm confused right now. What? Let's see. Oh, IFF. I remember that. Oh, wow.
Played one of her kids, Alexa, before starring in Wizards of Waverly Place. The pilot received unfavorable feedback from test audiences. Rumors suggest that the episode may have aired at least once.
Let the ruckus out! I ain't ready to let the ruckus out just yet. I tell you what, Cairo, I'll be right back, and then we'll get back to making fun of what we're seeing right now. I tell you what. I am back. I am back. Night, Dusty. Night, Dusty.
On Disney Channel late at night in December 2007 or January 2008, but this remains unconfirmed. While a few clips of the pilot have surfaced, the full episode has yet to be found.
Well, let's see. By the way, everyone says that swastika comes from India. Here's a fun fact that even Wikipedia acknowledges. The symbol originates from Mezin, Ukraine, or mammoth ivory, dating back to 1100 years. Well, Rexus, I'd love to teach you about that symbol from all the way back then. Now's not the time.
Breakfast with Bear. Bear in the Big Blue House was a popular American children's television series that aired on Disney Channel's Playhouse Disney Preschool.
Oh man, I remember this show when I was a kid. It was great. Read this, Scurvy. Sassy Lemon. That. Dang it, Okairo.
The show debuted in October 1997, but went on hiatus for 3 years following the death of Luna's voice actress. During this hiatus, a spin-off series titled Breakfast with Bear was produced. Airing on the same network, the spin-off featured Bear visiting children's homes to help them with their morning routines, including hygiene, breakfast, and...
I know, but everyone says that, well, practically worshipping the scammers. Yeah, that's true. But do you know why Christians reclaimed the symbol, Rexus?
Daily traditions. A total of 20 episodes of Breakfast with Bear were produced. Currently, only 6 episodes are available on the Internet Archive.
Wow. That's crazy.
iCarly. The 14th episode of Season 4, titled I Lost My Mind, aired in August 2011. In this episode, Sam, one of Carly's friends, has been missing for 3 days. The group discovers that Sam checked herself into Troubled Waters Mental Hospital because she believed she was insane for liking Freddy.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Jeanette McCurdy was actually abused by Dan Schneider, and I mean, hey, I kind of get it, but at the same time, kind of wish it was a real mental facility where she could actually get better and not have to worry about the show. At least it's accurate. Those child actors did lose their... Oh, Lord have mercy on all the child actors in iCarly. Lord have mercy.
The mental hospital features several signs on its walls, including, please don't feed the patients, urine is for restrooms, and only buy food. These signs were blurred out when the episode aired in the UK. In 2021, the episode was pulled from reruns, removed from the streaming platform Paramount Plus, and became unavailable for purchase on digital platforms.
Huh?
While no official reason was given, many believe it was due to its insensitive depiction of mental illness.
Gee, I wonder why. I wonder effing why.
Currently, the only legal way to watch the episode is through the complete 4th season DVD.
I mean, it's still found.
Bluey. While Bluey is generally uncontroversial, one episode in particular made headlines after being banned from airing on Disney Junior and Disney Plus. The season 2 episode, Dad, Baby,
The Elements Answer to Me!
features Bluey's father, Bandit, pretending to be pregnant as part of a playful challenge.
Seriously, what the F? Seriously, what the F? Let's see, because 2 represents God, the chasing God's channel from China and all that. Akairo says, insensitive, the actual representation of mental illness, it was pretty, it isn't pretty, it isn't fun. You're in a building with nutcases. Yeah, I mean, I would not enjoy being in a place like that. Look, I'm high-functioning autistic, but that doesn't mean I need to be in the same place that Christian is. I'd probably, like, get out of the house as soon as possible. I try to reason with the people who have me captive, and I'd probably reason with them very well. I'd say it's like, I just graduated with a graduate degree in my master's, and I'd also say it's like I have unusual metacompetence. So and also the fact that I'd be able to kick their asses, like every single one, like in no time at all. Yeah, you probably shouldn't have me in that house. That's simple. Let's see.
Throughout the episode, Bandit humorously references stereotypical pregnancy experiences, including complaints about a sore back and feet, cravings for dim sum, and the need for vitamin E cream for stretch marks. The episode concludes with a simulated birth with help from their neighbor.
What?
Despite its humorous and lighthearted tone, some speculate that the episode was banned because its concept might border on sex education.
Yes, it does. Kids should not be learning about, how people give birth, how women give birth, I should say. That is something, if that were to happen to me personally, I would say it's like, now's not the time to bother me. That would be the appropriate response.
Which could be deemed inappropriate for young audiences. This theory is supported by Disney Plus, censoring a line in another episode where Bandit is asked how babies get into their moms' bellies.
I
While
wonder.
That Baby is not available on Disney Plus or Disney Junior, it can still be viewed on YouTube. Colonel Bleep. Best known as the first animated TV series produced in color, Colonel Bleep is an American science fiction series
That's interesting.
that aired from 1957 to 1960, with reruns continuing until 1971. The series follows Colonel Bleep, who hails from the planet Futura. Alongside his two companions, Squeak, a childlike puppet, and Scratch, a powerful caveman, the trio represents the three phases of time: future, present, and past, respectively. The show revolves around their adventures as they work to maintain right and justice throughout the vast galaxies of the universe. When the production studio Soundac closed, it was reported that all of the studio's materials, including master tapes, artwork, and equipment, was stored in a van that was later stolen. However, this claim has never been officially confirmed. Despite the alleged disappearance of the studio's materials, several episodes of the show have been restored and released over the years.
Belgian
Colonel
Congo
Bleep has since entered the public domain due to a failure to renew its copyright in December 1985.
Hey, that's awesome. I hope more of this series is able to be found because of that.
Out of approximately 104 episodes, only 45 are known to have survived.
9.
Mr. Rogers.
Oh!
Before Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood debuted in 1968, Fred Rogers was involved in a similar educational program called Mr. Rogers. The show was produced in 1960 and aired on the Canadian channel CBC from 1960.
That's interesting. Let me look that up real quick. Okay, so his name is okay, let me look that up. Okay, Fred Rogers, 1928 to 2003. Wowza canowza. Okay.
1961 to 1964. The show likely ended around the same time.
Yeah, I know Mr. Rogers was also a preacher. Like, he was also a priest. I forget what denomination he was, not Orthodox, but I do know that he was a priest, which is why he would oppose a lot of the quote unquote lessons being taught in today's time. It isn't pretty. It isn't fun. You're in a building with not. Yeah, I already read
family
that.
Moved back to the United States. After their return, new episodes aired in America until 1967. The series consisted of 337 episodes. Although it's
my goodness, that's a lot.
That the final episodes may have never aired. Screenshots of the show appear in the book Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood: A Visual History, as well as the Neighborhood Archive.
Whoa!
Some clips have also surfaced, including 4 episodes available for viewing at the Paley Center for Media in New York. However, most of the series is entirely lost.
8.
OKKO. On October 8th, 2018, an episode.
I remember this. wouldn't you know, copyright. Copyright's gonna be struck on the stream yet again.
Episode titled Crossover Nexus aired, featuring a crossover between 4 different Cartoon Network series. While the episode had an 11-minute runtime, its original production was intended to be 22 minutes long. 2 days after the episode's premiere, series creator Ian Jones-Quartey posted a thread of tweets detailing the episode's creation, and revealing that it was initially conceived as a 22-minute special.
I see.
He discussed the original plots and shared a few storyboards. However, Cartoon Network requested the episode to be reduced to 11 minutes, prompting the team to start from scratch. Although additional storyboards from the original version have since been released, no footage of the 22-minute cut has surfaced.
I see. I do know that Ian Jones-Corsi did date Rebecca Sugar. You know, three parentheticals around Rebecca right there.
SpongeBob SquarePants.
Oh!
SpongeBob is considered one of the most beloved animated series of all time, and remains a cornerstone of modern pop culture. Nevertheless, the show has had a share of controversy, including 2 banned episodes. Midlife Crustacean, the second segment of the 55th episode, features Mr. Krabs, SpongeBob,
Yo, I remember
and
this.
Patrick spending a night out on the town. A panty raid scene was later deemed inappropriate.
I remember this. I loved this episode as a kid. It was so funny. I believe I still have the entire 3rd season on DVD. I believe I have that.
Children, leading to the episode's ban in the United States. While it has occasionally appeared on streaming platforms, it is often removed shortly after being added. Quarantine Crab, the second segment of the 263rd episode, focuses on a pandemic storyline. Initially set to air in 2020, the episode was withheld due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and was only released in April 2022. It was excluded from streaming on Paramount Plus, and omitted from the show's Season 12 DVD sets. Despite these bans, both episodes remain available for purchase on digital platforms.
6.
You Can't Do That on Television.
Oh!
You Can't Do That on Television is a Canadian sketch comedy series that aired locally in 1979, before debuting in the United States in 1981. The show featured adolescents and teenage actors performing sketch comedy, and introduced the use of green slime, which later became an iconic symbol for Nickelodeon.
Why does that not surprise me that this is when the green slime was introduced? Like in the early era where they would want lost things to remain lost. Does that not surprise y'all?
A total of 144 episodes and 2 specials were produced across 10 seasons. One episode, titled Adoption, was so controversial that it was banned after airing twice. A, quote,
I see.
"Do not air" sticker was even placed on the master tape. This episode remains the only one banned in the United States. While most episodes have been found, the majority of the original hour-long episodes from Season 2 remain missing. These longer episodes originally aired on the channel CJOH in Ottawa. During this time, Nickelodeon began targeting a younger demographic, but many of the 1981 episodes addressed teenage topics, such as smoking, drugs, sexual equality, and peer pressure.
Huh?
It is rumored that many of the master
Men and women are not equal, Nickelodeon.
tapes were destroyed.
5.
The Backyardigans.
Yo, are you talking about Me and My Friends? That stuff's been found!
While The Backyardigans ran for 80 episodes across 4 seasons, it took multiple attempts to bring the concept to life. The first pilot, titled Me and My Friends, was a live-action episode
Yo,
filmed at Nickelodeon Studios.
That's been found! Me and My Friends have been found! In honor of Janess Burgess.
In Orlando, Florida, between September to November 1998. However, Nickelodeon declined the project. The concept was reworked into an animated pilot in 2002, featuring the same characters. This new pilot was produced at Nick Digital Studios in New York, but was never publicly released. The only surviving evidence of Me and My Friends includes a 3-second clip without the audio, along with concept art and production photos. Though there have been efforts to obtain this lost pilot, the search has
Well, the glorious white man has been able to help out with the finding of this production.
has been complicated, to say the least. Regarding the animated pilot of the Backyardigans, clips appeared in animation reels and old promos, with a few screenshots made public. The pilot story was later remade in the first season and incorporated into the episode titled The Hearts of the Jungle. The Wiggles.
Well. The Wiggles. Wouldn't you know? If the Wiggles weren't made today, they would have been made in some other time.
Wiggles is a popular children's group that formed in 1991 in Sydney, Australia. Known for hits.
Well. Because it's made in Australia, therefore it's inferior. Because the way that they speak English in Australia is vastly inferior.
Such as Hot Potato, Get Ready to Wiggle, and Fruit Salad, the group released numerous albums and toured extensively, quickly gaining popularity in Australia. In July 1998, they debuted their first television series. The group later achieved international fame with the release of their second series, alongside remakes and re-recordings of their most popular albums.
Well, gee, I wonder why that would happen. I don't get why companies don't do the live action when it's possible. It's far cheaper than animation. Well, Cairo, I tell you what. The reason why me and my friends was not made in animation sooner is because it was the year that it was filmed. That is why.
Albums. Before the 1998 series, a pilot was filmed in 1995 for ABC. Despite references to this pilot, it was never released due to ABC owning the copyrights. The group's
well, I wonder why.
To destroy all copies after production concluded, leaving founding member Greg Page with the only remaining copy. With the debut of the international television series, it became evident that various versions of episodes existed, differing in length and content. Many of the episodes
well, I wonder why.
Which were created as network exclusives, have since disappeared. Pokemon. The episode, It's New Year's Eve, Pocket Monsters Encore, was an hour-long recap special set to air on December 31st, 1997.
Well, I wonder why that didn't it.
However, it was cancelled following the infamous Computer Warrior Porygon incident earlier that month, which caused seizures in children.
I can see why.
Material from the episode may have been repurposed in the 1999 New Year's special. However,
oh
this is
my!
unconfirmed. Battle of the Quaking Island, Barboach vs. Whiscash, was intended to be the 375th episode, featuring Ash and friends in JoJo Island caught in an earthquake caused by Whiscash. It was scheduled to air in Japan on November 4th, 2004, but was cancelled after the Chuetsu earthquakes on October 23rd. Only a brief.
Well, it was some Japanese earthquake. That's why the episode did not end.
A preview was aired prior to its cancellation. Following this, the moves Earthquake, Fissure, and Magnitude were never used in the anime again.
Well, we're at number 2.
Sesame Street.
That does not surprise me knowing the history of this channel. By the way, give us a subscription to Blame It on Jorge. He makes really good videos.
Over the past 55 years, more than 4,700 original episodes of Sesame Street have been produced. With such a vast catalog, it's unsurprising that some episodes are missing. Reasons for episodes becoming lost can vary widely, such as misplaced source materials, or accidents like fires or floods that cause irreparable damage. While the exact reasons for these losses remain unclear, 53 episodes of Sesame Street are missing from the Sesame Workshop archives.
I wonder why.
Survive in the Workshop archive as low-quality off-air TV recordings from the early 70s. Others only have clips available, and some only have photos. A complete list of these episodes.
Well, I wonder why they would not release them episodes. It's because they would know that a bunch of favorable words would try to re-upload them. I wonder why. Don't worry, Okaira, I'm alright.
Along with potential recovery links.
Oh, so we're almost done with the stream, so there's that.
Can be found on the Lost Media Wiki and the Muppet Wiki.
Well, I wonder why they'd be found on the Muppet Wiki. I wonder why that would be. What's number 1?
Nickelodeon's inaugural series.
What the heck is that?
1979, Nickelodeon was the first cable channel designed for children. The channel debuted with 5 inaugural programs, and a mysterious 6th program, whose non-existence was later confirmed. Pinwheel was a television series for preschoolers, and the first program
Well, I remember watching Pinwheel when I was growing up, when I was a young Uncle Ruckus.
Program broadcast on Nickelodeon. With 260 episodes, it remains Nickelodeon's longest-running series in terms of episodes and airtime, airing from 1977 to 1990. Despite
Well,
its 13-year
that's
run,
rather
surviving
creepy.
episodes are scarce. Approximately 10 hours of footage have been recovered, including segments from its only home media release, the Pinwheel Songbook. Much of the footage was initially part of a bootleg compilation DVD posted on a free website called Stuff I Like. Video Comics
Well, I wonder why it was featured on there.
was a children's show that originally aired on another network before becoming one of Nickelodeon's inaugural programs. It focused on reading comics published by DC Comics. Little is known about the show.
The darkness cries, a long mournful wail that rides through the gnawed cypress branches like a breath of Hades, wind skipping over the placid surface of the stagnant mire below. Uncle Ruckus is a prime narrator.
And the only available footage includes 3 full episodes, a promo, and a short clip featuring a Flash comic. By the Way was the third inaugural show to air on Nickelodeon. Dubbed a junk drawer show, it featured a mix of acquired animation and live-action short films. Before December 26, 2018, almost no information about the show existed online. However, YouTube user TVGuy1979 uploaded 10 minutes of footage, including the opening and closing segments. The number of episodes produced remains unknown. Nickel Flicks was another of Nickelodeon's first programs, showcasing
Nickel Flicks is a salute to the old 30s and 40s suspense serials. In these cliffhangers can be seen the dashing do-gooder Flash Gordon, the faithful and courageous Rin Tin Tin, and other such golden day heroes. Playing these action-packed roles will be such famous stars as Buster Crabbe, Tom Mix, John Wayne, Bela Lugosi, and Gene Autry. Nickel Flicks was also incorporated into some old comic one-reelers starring the lovable Charlie Chaplin and the slapstick antics of Fatty Arbuckle. Well, wouldn't you know?
pre-existing material with wraparound segments. The short films primarily featured slapstick comedy. Advertised as, quote, with no sugarcoating, the show included violent elements. However, due to Nickelodeon's commitment to non-violent programming, Nickel Flicks was ultimately cancelled after viewer complaints. No known recordings exist, and rumors suggest that the master tapes were sold at public auction.
Gee, I wonder why such better shows were recommended for youngsters.
America Goes Bananas was a children's variety series inspired by the show. The program included karate demonstrations, audience polls, advice segments, and educational hip-hop songs.
Well. If you were to ask me if a jiu-jitsu master versus a karate master were to be aired on TV, the jiu-jitsu master would win because the jiu-jitsu master knows how to fight on the ground and not just standing up.
Surviving material is limited to 1 episode, several clips, and a few promotional images. Finally, there is Pocket Money. Before Nickelodeon's launch, a 1979 press kit mentioned Pocket Money as a debut program, describing it as, quote, a show that will cover everything from lollipop factories to youth and politics. However, the show...
Why the heck would youth be in politics? That's such a terrible idea.
...was never broadcast. On March 21st, 2022, Nickelodeon archivist CDC-B2 confirmed its non-existence. A listing from the Chev Report Journal on July 6, 1979 revealed that By the Way was originally titled Pocket Money before its debut, clarifying one of the long-standing theories about the show.
Well, I see. You know what I gotta say? You know what I gotta say is Uncle Ruckus. A lot of these lost shows, they probably should have stayed lost. Oh, wait. Well, sorry about that, guys. V2 Studio was being rather buggy. In the meantime, basically, in regards to a lot of these shows, right? Let me take away this message right here. I have VTube Studio closed, but basically in regards to a lot of these shows, right, that were about to be made but were scrapped, I thought it would have been pretty interesting if you ask me myself. At the same time, I could see why that they were not made. In regards to in regards to many things. At the same time, I probably would have loved to have seen a lot of this stuff when I was a kid. However, I don't think I'd ever really be able to see this stuff now. I have a feeling a lot of like 80s kids would have seen this stuff. So Cairo, maybe that would have been you. Archaeosophy, that might have also been you. But at the same time, I think I'm gonna play some more video games tonight. So I will catch you guys later. And by later, I mean the Game Awards, which will be next Thursday. So